现场与会的各位贵宾，大家早安！非常感谢今日各位的到来。首先呢，先为各位介绍一下今天的场地环境。在隔壁的休息室，我们准备了茶水以及茶点，欢迎各位可以自取。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to today's event. I'm just going to orient our live audience the bathroom and the refreshments, as well as the exhibitions of all the winners today. May I also remind everyone to wear a mask at all times if you are joining us live in the venue. Welcome again. We will begin shortly.
looking for the perfect lover, the kind of love you only see in an novel. I wasn't waiting for some shiny unicorn. I've nothing at her all, and then you don't. But all of a sudden you're the hero of my story. I celebrate the love and only stole me glory. I still remember the way this whole thing started. I was walking down the city, feeling down and broken hearted. But then I guess all roads lead to Rome. A full front collision on my way home. I cut a corner, down we hit and crash. The crash has been the first and hasn't been the last, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is the boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love, and everyone is looking like we quit the race. Because I knew when we hit and crashed, my crazy love circus was here at last. This is romantic in a very funny way. I know our kind of love is the one made to stay, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is a boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love, and everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaped from alone. The way that you talk, the way that you move, you make fun of me, well I make fun of you. But we always fit, precise as a glove. I really enjoy a different kind of love. Oh, oh, a different kind of love. Oh, a different kind of love. A different kind of love. Another guy looking for the perfect lover, the kind of love you only see in a novel. I wasn't waiting for some shiny unicorn. I've nothing at her all, and then you don't. But all of a sudden you're the hero of my story. I celebrate the love and only stole me glory. I still remember the way this whole thing started. I was walking down the city, feeling down and broken hearted. But then I guess all roads lead to Rome. A full front collision on my way home. I cut a corner, down we hit and crash. The crash has been the first and hasn't been the last, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is the boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love, and everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaped from alone. Sometimes I feel that you are from another planet. The way you attract these small disasters like a magnet. I don't know if you are from outer space, but I can tell you, girl, I'm enjoying the race. Because I knew when we hit and crashed, my crazy love circus was here at last. This is romantic in a very funny way. I know our kind of love is the one made to stay, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is a boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love, and everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaped from alone. The way that you talk, the way that you move, you make fun precise as a glove. I really enjoy a different kind of love. Oh, oh, a different kind of love. Oh, a different kind of love. A different kind of love. Another guy looking for the perfect lover, the kind of love you only see in a novel. I wasn't waiting for some shiny unicorn. I've nothing had her out and then you don't, but all of a sudden you're the hero of my story. I celebrate a love and only stole me glory. I still remember the way this whole thing started. I was walking down the city, feeling down and broken hearted. But then I guess all roads lead to Rome, and full from collision on my way home. I cut a corner, down we hit and crash. The crash has been the first and hasn't been the last, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is the boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love. And everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaping from the loop. Sometimes I feel that you are from another planet. The way you attract these small disasters like a magnet. I don't know if you are from outer space, but I can tell you, girl, I'm enjoying the race. Because I knew when we hit and crashed, my crazy love circus was here at last. This is romantic in a very funny way. I know our kind of love is the one made to stay, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is a boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love. And everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaped from the loop. The way that you talk, the way that you move, you make fun of me while I make fun of you. But we always fit, precise as a glove. I really enjoy a different kind of love. Oh, oh, a different kind of love. Oh, a different kind of love. A different kind of love. Another guy looking for the perfect lover, the kind of love you only see in a novel. I wasn't waiting for some shiny unicorn. I've nothing had her out and then you don't, but all of a sudden you're the hero of my story. I celebrate a love and only stole me glory. I still remember the way this whole thing started. I was walking down the city, feeling down and broken hearted. But then I guess all roads lead to Rome, and full from collision on my way home. I cut a corner, down we hit and crash. The crash has been the first and hasn't been the last, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is the boat. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love. And everyone is looking like we crazy people just escaping from the loop. Sometimes I feel that you are from another planet. The way you attract these more disasters like a magnet. I don't know if you are from outer space, but I can tell you, girl, I'm enjoying the race. Because I knew when we hit and crashed, my crazy love circus was here at last. This is romantic in a very funny way. I know our kind of love is the one made to stay, 'cause it's a different kind of love from any other old school dating is a bore. We are explorers, it's a different kind of love. And everyone is looking like we crazy people just escape from the loop. The way that you talk, the way that you move, you make fun of me while I make fun of you. But we always fit, precise as a glove. I really enjoy a different kind of love. Oh, oh, a different kind of love. Oh, a different kind of love. A different kind of love.
各位现场的贵宾以及媒体朋
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We will begin in 3 minutes.
友开始，请各位贵宾可以尽速就座。另外，因为疫情，还请各位贵宾全程佩戴口罩，谢谢。另外，我们今天呢，在隔壁休息室备有茶水以及茶点，欢迎大家自行取用，谢谢。 桃园市政府。
Please join me in welcoming Taoyuan Mayor Zheng Wencan. Please also welcome Deputy Minister of the EPA, Mr. Shen. Welcome all distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am today's MC, Dai Dai. It is autumn time right now. It is a season of fall harvest. At this time, I would like to welcome all of you for gracing the 2022 Taiwan Circular Economy Outstanding Enterprises Award Ceremony and Enterprise Summit. In order to achieve net zero by 2050, we use policy to guide the resource industry, and we need to establish connection between the public, private, and service sectors. Today's event is aimed at encouraging crossover collaboration and the circular use of recycled materials. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for joining today's event. May I borrow your hands in welcoming the Light and Shadow Dance Troupe.
Welcome to the revolution.
Press start.
Thank you for that wonderful performance. So that was quite an amazing opening to our event. And whenever you use something, there will always be waste. Is that the case? I'm sure that you have your own answer. We want to build a circular model where possible so that there is no waste. We are very honored to have a lot of distinguished guests joining us here today. Now, please join me in welcoming each one of them. First, from the EPA, Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu from the Environmental Protection Administration. Now, please welcome Taoyuan City Mayor Zheng Wencan. EPA officials, first, from Director General Lai Lingying from the EPA Department of Waste Management. Next, also from the same department, Mr. Jian Renrong. From the press office, Ms. Wen Xiuhui, she is in the back waving to us. Hello. Section Chief Wang Yaocheng. Now, joining us from the Taoyuan City Government, from the Environmental Protection Department, Mr. Li Yiyun. From the Economic Development Department, Mr. Guo Yingyu. The EPD, Mr. Chen Zhenxiang, from Environmental Protection Department. From the same department, Ms. Ye Mengfen. And from Guanyin District Office, Mr. Li Guoyi. Thank you so much for all the government officials for joining this wonderful event to share your congratulations for the winners. Now let us welcome Deputy Minister Shen from the EPA.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Li, Mr. Guo, Mr. Chen from EPA, and also Director General Ling, and also Mr. Lai from EPA. Today, this award ceremony is a very special invite. We have invite one of the judges, like Mr. Liu, the master, and Liu Jizhen, and we are very delighted to be with the partners in this room. Today we have selected this the venue, Taoyuan Environmental Science Technology Park. We would like to link the upstream, downstream of the circular economy to gather together the resource waste. So we have a proper management to create the products, establish a paradigm. So this is the key of today's event. So in the exhibition area, we have many performance and works by the award winners, and also the companies in the park. So later on, it will be a regular exhibition. We wish all the companies who come to this park can understand the resource circulations. As you know, that we care about climate change, and the temperature increases even increase 1.1 degrees Celsius after the industrial revolutions. If we want to keep the less than 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to reach a zero emission by 2050. Now, 150 countries declare that in the endorsement to the net zero emission. President Tsai also commit these net zero emission by 2050, and also be included in one of our climate change acts. So now the act is under the amendment at the legislative yuan. March 30 this year, the National Development Council also take the commitment of the net zero emission path and strategy together with 12 agencies. These waste management resource is also very important strategy. There are 45% of the carbon emission relevant to the manufacturers, especially here in Taiwan. We rely a lot of resources that is imported by about 75%. So for those resources, if we look at last year, we have took 270 million tons of resources, and we create more than 30 million tons of waste, and we did about 62% are recycled and regenerated. With regard to the industrial waste, there are 20 million tons. About them, 85% are recycled. I believe all of you here participate the event, and with a substantial contribution. You have established a very good foundation. In the future, we will need to improve this performance so we can reduce the waste and make everything into green. Today, we want to recognize the outstanding companies through a stringent selection. We have the circular group and the innovation group, a total of 54 companies nominated this award selection through the literature review and on-site presentation. We have identified 27 awards, 7 gold and 20 with silver awards. Later on, we will invite those award winners to present their excellent experience. We also arrange a site visit to Zhengnen company at Taoyuan to have a field visit, and then you can see how they can use a solid regenerated fuel to create energy. So today's event is very meaningful. We have invited Mayor Chen out of his busy schedule to encourage us here. Once again, congratulate to all the award winners. I wish you good health and all the best. We wish in the future we'll move toward net zero emission and to achieve net zero emission by 2050. Thank you very much.
那就要再次接。
Thank you for that. Once again, please welcome Mayor Zheng Wencan of Taoyuan City. Deputy Minister Shen of EPA, DG Lai Yingying, Department Director Guo, Mr. Chen, Mr. Lin, award-winning companies pioneering in circular economy. Hello, everyone. Net zero emission and circular economy, low carbon transformation are key policies for Taoyuan. Taoyuan, starting from a cluster of environmental enterprises, we want to move toward a circular economy cluster, which is a grander concept. In addition to circular materials, we also want to promote circular materials toward zero waste as our highest value to be upheld. I want to congratulate the 24 pioneering companies. Each of them has showcased the most advanced technology and applied it toward the greatest circulation. And I heard that we are going to visit 2 paper companies, Zhennong and YFY. They are engaged in the application of SRF, solid recycled fuel. And the burning, the efficiency is as good as coal, and yet the emission is much lower, so it's seen as green energy, and the price is similar to coal as well. So SRF industry is taking root in Taoyuan City. We also have some hybrid plants that used coal burning before, and now we hope to transform toward SRF as the fuel, and this will also upgrade the industry chain for SRF across the vertical chain. So this relies on the central public and private collaboration. Turning waste to energy is the general direction that Taoyuan may serve as a leader. Of course, it can be expanded across all of Taiwan so that we can deploy new philosophy in handling waste. We also have an exhibition downstairs. This is about the recycling and reuse of waste, and we have a matchmaking exhibition. The key is once you have recycled the waste, you need to have someone to buy it so that we can have a green lifestyle and procurement as part of our daily routine. In our 7 major realms, that includes building materials. If we make some building materials out of the materials and no one buys it, then it will be a waste and it becomes another problem. So please join us in the exhibition for the 7 major fields, including the EE waste, electronics and electrical equipment, building materials, also in the arts and cultural sphere, where also lifestyle, agriculture is another key in circular economy. The EPA works with us in the recycling of kitchen food waste. There are 3 ways to deploy this. The first one is pig feed. After checking by the EPA, after because of the African swine flu, we have to go through an extra validation for that, and also we make it into fertilizer or biomass as a source of biogas for energy generation. So the entire resource center is open today. We have 27 companies receiving the award, and also we hope you will take today's opportunity to meet more people and build a network so that we can have more people join us, and we hope to move toward a leader in circular economy. We will closely cooperate with the EPA as Taiwan moves toward net zero emissions. From a mainly industrial city with focusing on industrial development, we will make that shift. Thank you. Thank you very much for Mayor Chen. The mayor will be attending a award ceremony downstairs on the first floor. So please take this opportunity for a group photo. May I ask all the distinguished guests to remove your mask for now, so our official photographer can take a photo of everyone from on top of the stage. This is a great chance for all our friends from the media. Please join us on stage. Please look to the right. Give us a thumbs up. Off to the left. Do we have the photos? Yes. Okay, great. Now I would like to thank all our guests and thank Mayor Chen for joining us today.
那么待会呢，我们将进行企业颁奖典礼，再请有获奖的企业。
We will proceed to the award ceremony shortly, so may I ask all the winners to prepare yourself and feel free to remove your mask when you are on stage. Thank you to our Mayor Zhen. Thank you, Mayor. We have coffee and refreshments prepared for you in the room next door. Please help yourself. Straight ahead, outside the meeting room is the washrooms. We also have an exhibition for all the winners today. Now we will proceed to the award ceremony. We have the circular and innovation categories, and we have gold and silver awards. Now please welcome Deputy Minister to confer the awards.
First of all, we will issue the gold winner. The first one is Zhang Tai Resource Technology. Please look at the camera. Thank you. Thank you, General Manager Mr. Zhang. Next is the Xiulin Environmental Technology Company. Congratulations. Next is AUO Taichung Factory. Congratulations. Thank you. Next is ASE Group Fab 11. Okay. Next is Taiwan Cement Heping Factory. Taiwan Cement Heping Factory. Next is the Silver Award, INM, Inbam Industrial Corporation. Congratulations. Yongfengyu Consumer Products. Shangda Corporation. Jie'an Environmental Engineering Corporation. FGD Recycling Industrial Corporation, Factory number 6. Dafeng Environmental Technology Corporation. Transcend Corporation. Jiada Industrial Corporation. I would like to invite all the award winners approach the stage to take a group photo.
一起来到舞台上呢，欢迎废弃物管理处的戴处长。好，那一样先帮我们看向大会摄影师。哦，对，是口罩可以先，谢谢提醒。好，准备咯，3、2、1。好，我们的合影稍微久一点点，好吗？因为有很多亲友团，对不对？我们开放3秒钟，2秒钟，最后1秒钟。好，谢谢，谢谢我们今天所有。
Thank you and congratulations to all the gold and silver award winner. Next, we would like to issue the awards for the innovative category. Next is the gold award for innovative category. Give a circle. Applied environmental technologies. Next is a silver award, Test Me. Next is Miss ECO, Miss Eco. Next is iGoose Corporation. Pop Chill. Beta. Next is Circle Plus Limited. Next is Pickup. Look Peak. Next is AUO Taoyuan subsidiary. Senfa Technology Enterprise. Yutian Clean Tech. Next is Sea Walk. Thank you. Then we will invite all the gold and silver award winner from the innovative category approach the stage to take a group photo. 那让我们先确认一下左右边的画面，所以我们可以前往左边舞台，好，来看一下这个画面哦。好，可能要邀请两边的稍微侧身一些。好，那这边呢，一样先帮我把视线看向大会摄影，准备了3、2、1。好的，那我们看一下前方亲友团，一样开放3秒钟、2秒钟，最后1秒钟。好的，这边呢邀请新创组的
的稍留步，因为我们等一下呢要邀请循环组的获奖企业代表再度的回到舞台上，以及这边呢我们要再邀请遴选委员刘建中委员一起上台合影。这边呢要麻烦我们循环组的贵宾们留意一下您的脚步。
Now we would like to invite all the award winners, including the circular category, to take a group photo.
不好意思，因为舞台稍微小一点，所以请帮我来到台前。同时呢，也让我们的工作人员确认一下站位。至于我们台上的贵宾，可以帮我们往前一步吗？谢谢。那一样呢，邀请我们两边的贵宾可能要稍微向中间侧身，让我们呢可以把所有贵宾通通都拍照入镜。好，请问大会摄影这样子可以吗？都拍得到？可以。好，那仪容都 OK 了。好，那一样帮我们先看向大会摄影好吗？好，露出灿烂的笑容。3、2、1。好，那以及呢，帮我们看向正前方众多亲友团，我们开放5秒钟的时间哦。
Okay, we will give you 5 seconds to take photos.
3、2、1，非常感谢，非常的
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the award winners.
部长为大家进行颁奖。这边呢也要邀请大家还在捕捉画面吗？最后3秒钟。最后
Okay, 3 more seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Thank you very much. Please take a seat.
那这边呢，我们要邀请沈副署长移动到拍照墙，马上呢要进入到媒体联访时间。
The next section is a media interview.
前往拍照墙接受媒体联访。以及现场的各位贵宾，我们预计呢，在待会会开始绩优企业亮点分享，请大家不要走远，谢谢。
我想说拍照有什么好拍的？
各位现场的与会贵宾，大家好！距离绩优企业亮点分享开始还有1分钟，请各位可以尽速就座，谢谢。各位现场的贵宾您好，距离绩优企业亮点分享开始还有1分钟的时间，请各位尽速入座，谢谢。各位现场的贵宾，我们绩优企业亮点分享即将开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will be started in just a moment. Please take a seat.
好的，那么接下来呢
All right, without further ado, next is our award winners presentation. The focus is the resource circulation. So we would like to invite the award winners to share with their successful experience. First of all, we would like to invite the circular group, Zhongtai Resource Technologies, General Manager Mr. Zhang Qida. Let's welcome Mr. Zhang. Director General Lai, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the Zhang Qida from Zhongtai Resource Technology. Today, I'm very honored to share our endeavors on resource circulations. I will follow this agenda for 3 parts to share with you. So, Zhongtai has established for 20 years. In early days, our president has established to utilize a resource that is from the Sangshu. It focus on the make the utility of the materials. This is a sustainable development as well as a circular economy promoted by EPA. So waste material is no longer a waste. So it is a resource. So we fully utilize those materials and try to make the best of the resource and make it into materials or fuels. For the past 22 years, we have established 3 factories. The primary objective is to establish the dynamic industry. So we are the best partner for the green suppliers. So we have factories in Taipei and Taoyuan. We have office in Taipei and Taoyuan. So all the first and second and third factory are located in Taoke and the Taoyuan Science and Park. So we have received the license for the waste materials incineration and power generations. So we can solidify the materials and reutilize the sludge. So here, because for the whole industry, so we support the relevant electronic industry who promoting the circular economy as well as net zero emission. So in the process, we have reduced the carbon by reutilize the waste materials. So this is the second factory. We have recycled the mercury lamp. So we use a single circular. We have about 80% of market share, and we recycle the mercury and reduce mercury hazards. In the process, we also collect glass and irons, aluminum. So for the third factory, this is to serve the printed circuit board. So we use the urban mining for the recycling. We have approximately 50% of the market share. So for overall operations, we utilize the waste material as a resource. So we have utilize the materials and then to collect the raw materials, and we allocate into different storage warehouse and for further process. The recycled products have a relevant inspection standard. When we pass it, we will sell it on the market. We also have the commission, the license process suppliers. For the waste management, I consider the most important is to understand the components and the characters. Therefore, when Zhongtai established a new factory, we have about 200 pins, 6 inspection room to study the components and the characters of raw materials, and they will process after the classification. These are our major clients, including semiconductors, panels, and the integrated circuit vendors. So we have served approximately 330 companies. So the entire circular economy progress is that Zhongtai, we have 3 factories. The objective is to collect the relevant materials from the industry and make it into a resource and a material and the fuel and recycle back to the field. So this is the value chain for energy integration. So for first factory, we have a new power generation because during the incinerations, as you know, that for out of 100 tons of raw material, so during this incineration, there are 15 tons are the sludge, and the remaining are grays, and so the remaining are the pollutants in the air. So we have about 2/3 of the space are for air pollution management. So the first stage is to go through a stable analysis and input, and then they have a stable incineration, and then we recover the heat energy. For the air pollution, we will have a comprehensive management. We have a surveillance system. We have input and feedback system. On top of that, with regard to the mercury recovery, so this waste land is the business we have engaged for the past 20 years. The key point is to sustain the employer's health, and then the other is environmental issue. So in the field, we have air pollution control and with stringent surveillance systems. With regard to the waste integrated circuit board, we have a dry brokerage and wet brokerage. So we have a comprehensive separation about the materials. So for those broken materials, we have multiple process and steps to meet full circular objectives. On top of that, we also consider that here in Taiwan we have complex materials with the precious metals, and in the past we sent it to Japan, but then now we want to keep it in Taiwan. We have the degradation factory to extract those precious metals. So the next is because we are so-called the venues industry, we want to connect to the artery to match the compatibility. So for during the long-term inspection and accreditation, we have accumulated experience to meet international standards. So here in Zhongtai service, we also match United Nations the Sustainable Development Goal. We have matched 17 SDG So on this August 1st, we have published our sustainability white books. We want to transparent our informations and share with our stakeholders and have a better interactions. We also participate the sustainable the award by the sustainable foundations. Next, we also focus on the downstream educations. So out of the 3 factories, we have the field for the environmental education. We want to promote the concept of environmental protection to downstreams. We also have more 9,000 people participate our environmental educations. Out of all 3 factories, we have relevant environmental education spaces. And in the Environmental Protection Bureau at Taoyuan City, we have a long-term collaboration with the agency, and then to move toward the goal of a sustainable development. This is my brief presentation. Thank you very much.
来，谢谢张总经理。
Thank you very much to Mr. Zhang. Now please welcome from ASE Group, Semiconductor Fab 11, Director Yang Zhongqi. Please welcome him. Director General Lai, distinguished guests, hello everyone. I am from Fab 11 of ASE Group. On behalf of ASE, I would like to present to you how we can improve our environment. We have a total of 30-some factories, and we want to start from K11, which is the one I'm responsible for. What I would like to share with you is the waste are only waste because their resources placed in the wrong place. If you find the right place for them, then you can create value. In my this is my outline. I will briefly introduce our company, how our circular efforts and our continuous improvement. We mainly do encapsulation and seals, and we do what's called the green chipper, and we combine the up, middle, and downstream of a lot of electronic components that you use in your devices. We have a record of 8 years in a row without any fine levied from the EPA. We were founded in 2005, and then we received all these awards and certifications for our management and green factory. In 2020, well, we were founded in 2015 and in 2005, and then we have a green circular factory, and now we are a resource recycling factory, and we want to achieve zero waste by 2030. The K11 building has received some very special awards for the last 3 years. In 2019, we received a Silver Award. And in 2021, we received a Water Saving Award. First one was for energy saving, second is for water saving. And we have 4 outstanding workers who were actually went to the president's office and shook hands with the president. You can see from 30% of outstanding environmental personnel taking up ASE company employees. So you can see we place a lot of importance on this. For a factory to promote this, we need to start from the top. We have 2 VPs, The first one is for K11 Fab, Mr. Wang Songwei. He was the one who received the award today at the ceremony, and also at our we also have another manager. So our idea is there is limited resources but unlimited circulation. Today we're going to talk about some strategies and targets, which is to commercialize and turn into products at the end point, our innovative business models, internal circulation and redesign. The blue parts are what I will design. I will share. There are some case studies. This is our organization. We used to be talking about reuse and recycle and try to reduce the harmful substance. But today, we're starting to talk about controlling from the source. So when a new machine comes in or before a new process is introduced, before the materials come in, the EPA or the authority will come and check it. Or actually, our environmental personnel will come and check to see. We try to use the minimal. We try to minimize the harmful substances by controlling from the source. And this is our organization led by our VP Wang, and leading our related task groups, and we have weekly meeting. We analyze the materials and look for the top 10 wastes. We have 37 factories, and each factory does this. So we have come up with our own technology map. So there are materials that can benchmark or the technologies that can benchmark across the different factories. So actually, we can leverage teamwork across the factories. We have reached 99% of recycling and commercial product utilization, 42%, and we have energy saving results. And today I would like to introduce to you 5 projects. The first one is for steel grain. You will see this at our booth on exhibition. Our products come from wafer fabs, and the first thing is we have to grind them and then it produces a silicon containing water. So the first thing is we recycle and reuse the water. When we recycle the water, there is still a lot of silicon going into our wastewater plant. And we have a candle style filter. It used to be called sludge, but now we call it silicon sludge, and we reuse it. After producing the silicon sludge, then we make it into these pellets, silicon pellets. So it now becomes a material that can be used at steel refineries. This helps us cut carbon by 60 tons and save another 41,000 ton of water. For our waste, in the encapsulation, there is a process called molding. It produces this kind of waste plastic or waste resin. So in the first generation, we fragment it and turn it into bricks or blocks. So we have kindergartens where we use this floor blocks. In the second generation, we turn it into a low-level silicon dioxide. And now in third generation, we turn it into a high-level silicon dioxide so that it becomes a raw material again and raise the value. So we work together with the related vendors to turn it into a material. The third part is about waste plastic. As I said, we have 37 fabs. So, and we 37 factories. So we have a waste plastic center for all the wrapping material, the bubbles, plastic materials, and mainly the boiler fuel. So now we are setting a green spec for our own company and work together with other suppliers so that when they give us their products, they are already recyclable. And also we combine across the stream with our customer. There are some materials that we can recycle with our clients. And then we negotiate with them and use them repeatedly. For the suppliers, all the packaging materials must follow our green spec so that we can reuse and recycle. After we finish the sorting, then we work together with other vendors, turn them into plastic granules. And then they are used in our own company, into garbage bags. Our employees really like the garbage bags because we add some fragrance to the bags, and so it smells really nice. Also, there is some tray that is produced. So we clean them and recycle and reduce the waste plastic produced in the process. For recycled water, we have a very smart idea from an engineer. In the past, we produce waste acid and waste alkalines in the water recycling. In the past, we just the alkalines we put it into the waste water plant. But when there is a waste acid, then we need to neutralize it first and before discharge. But actually, at the wastewater plant, we have use for some acid already. So our engineer said we shouldn't just discharge it; we should collect it so that in the fast mix we use fast mix tank. We use a PAC. PAC mixer so that we can combine them. This way, I can reduce the use of sludge and also use the acid. So this is a very ingenious idea that an engineer came up with, and the engineer discussed with a professor at Zhongshan University, and then this became a project that he came up with. It's for circular economy outcome. We were able to cut a lot of carbon, and this year we have achieved improved target, which is 28,000 tons of carbon dioxide emission. We continue to improve ourselves year by year. As for continuous improvement, our more recent target is to 20 by 2025, we achieve 100% of recycled resource and 95% of commercialization into products. Thank you very much for that.
The next is AUO, the Taichung factory's manager, Lin Liwei. Dear partners, good morning. I'm Lin Liwei from AUO. Today I'm going to share with you our endeavor on the circular economy. So I still want to briefly go over our company. We have founded for 26 years ago. We have about 38,000 employees around the world. We have received meet the DJSI Dow Jones Sustainable Index. So as you know, that the AUO is a company focused on panels. So actually, on top of the panels, we have recently engaged in system solution, healthcare solution, smart manufacturing, as well as green energies. So among with regard to the smart manufacturing, in this year we have received the WEF's global beacon factories. Our Taichung factory has received accreditation. So on top of the smart manufacturing process to increase 30% of yields. With regard to the water recycle, we have over 90% of recycle rate. With regard to AI, we have more than 1,000 trained staffs. So with that, so when we talk about the ESG environment, the society and the governance, we have pursued the ESG and have laid out the 10 projects. With regard to the sustainable environment, we have laid out the relevant things, including the product's carbon emission and the climate's adjustable resilience, as well as the circular economy. We set up our 2025 overall goals. Next is that with regard to the experience for circular economy, let me share two examples from AUO. The first is that we take the waste copper to apply relevant process. This is the carbon from the LCD industry. Basically, it came from the lithographic carving. We have laid out the line, and then out of the 10K, we can collect high concentration copper. In the past, we just send it to incineration, but with that, more says it is very high cost and energy cost and high energy consumption. Sometimes we are limited for the capacity of downstream vendors. So we have some impact with regard to the waste management. So start from 2016, we have invested in-house recycle system. It goes through the extraction and the electrolysis to recover the copper, and then have a further process. So this is the resource for the past linear economy. We have created more than 1,400 tons of the waste. So it costs about $80 million per year. So that's only as the cost increase, then it is a heavy burden. So after we have a circular economy, so you can see the waste production has been reduced 100%. So no more waste copper. So we don't need to pay any cost, but generate certain profits. Second case is to strategic deployment. We have a PI recycle. So allow me to briefly go through the PI process. So by 2019, in Japan and Korea, when they have an economic war, they have banned the 3 strategic materials to Korea. PI is one of it. So they banned to import those or export those materials to Korea. The basic application is for the process, for the directional assembly. So they have a PI solution and cover on the glass panel. During the coating, they have excess PI. We will use a solution to dilute it. So we have some PI on the waste. So in the past, again, we send it to incineration. And now we talk to our collaborators to see if it is possible to purify those PI and send it back to the original process. So in the past, so when we have a linear economy, we have no recycle, we just burn it. So the cost per year is over $400,000. Maybe you can consider it is not expensive because compared to the high price of PI, this is just a minimum cost. So under the circular economy, we can recycle 16 tons of PI solution per year. Although the amount is not high, however, the cost is very high. The efficiency is very phenomenal. Out of those 16 tons per year, we can save more than $40 million per year. So this is a strategic material, and now we need to import it. So with recycled material, we can keep it in Taiwan. So that case has been the one demonstration for a good referral for the EPA. So with those cases, we need our vendors and collaborators work together. Therefore, we will support or to go through a certain campaign to help our supply chain to engage in this circular economy, and so we can grow together and learn together. For the good size, we have some recognition for the good performance. In summary, AEO consider under the circular economy, these are our successful factory. First of all, we can combine our value chain to promote the circular economies and promote the vision together. We need a team instead of individual endeavor, so that we can fulfill our vision. Second is through the comprehensive analysis. From the process, we can identify the room to improve and jump outside of the box to think about the circular economy. So we can integrate this circular economy as our overall strategic goal. This completes my presentation. Thank you very much.
谢谢友达光电的林经理。
Thank you very much to Mr. Lin for that presentation. Now please welcome from Shoulin Environmental Technologies, Mr. Xu Yunlin. Director General Lai from EPA. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for your acknowledgement of Shoulin, so that we were awarded the Gold Award. I am the business director at Shoulin. On behalf of the company, I would like to share with you what we do in terms of resource recycling, and I hope to learn from all of you. First of all, I would like to start with a few numbers so that you can quickly get an idea of what Shoulin's achievements are and our achievements. 1, 3, 7, and 99. 1 meaning Shoulin is the first company in Taiwan to get certified for the treatment and recycling of hydrogen fluoride. We are also the only one to recycle waste hydrogen fluoride, nitric acid, and ammonium fluoride. Shoulin has passed ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001 management certification for 7 years in a row. Starting from 1 year after founding, for 7 years in a row, we were awarded by the Taoyuan City Government EPD as certified as A class A. We achieved 99% or more of our product that are superior to industrial product spec. Downstairs, we also won another award, Class A recycling agency. So I really want to thank the EPA for giving us both awards today. Now I would like to introduce to you our company. Most of our teams come from the fiber optic and semiconductor industry. So we brought with us a high-tech philosophy. We received the first certificate for the waste material that I just talked about, and starting in 2015, for 7 years in a row, we received a Class A award from the Taoyuan City Government Environmental Protection Department. These are our milestones. You can see we continue to break through and improve on ourselves. We started with obtaining certificates for different materials, Class A award every year, improving our product and sales channels continuously. We receive acknowledgement from our European and North American customers. And then today we received 2 awards. And we will continue to improve upon that. In the semiconductor industry, they use a lot of chemicals. If the effluents are discharged into the environment, it creates massive environmental impact. Through Shoulin's work, we are able to turn them into actually resources for other industries to use. So we produce a minimal amount of sludge, which is inorganic sludge, and they are given to the downstream companies to turn into concrete products and become building aggregates. So this achieves a good circular economy. We are certified to process 3,000 tons, so we have a lot of excess capacity. We know there are a lot of effluents containing hydrogen fluoride, nitric acid, and ammonium fluoride, which are discharged into the waste water treatment plant at the industrial park. But actually, through our equipment, we can actually reuse all that resource, so it's a waste to discharge them into the wastewater plant. The acidic effluent have different properties. We have 3 types of equipment, and now I will explain the processes. This is for hydrogen fluoride. We use a different technology than the common technology. We rigorously control the temperature, the flow rate, and time, all these parameters, in order to ensure the fluoride can be crystallized and become a product. In terms of nitric acid, we use zero waste steam equipment. There is no wastewater produced whatsoever. All the water is reused back in our plant, and this produces a nitrogen product. For ammonia fluoride, we use a coal condensate and distillery technology. And after treatment, it can meet discharge standards and then become ammonium that can be used for industries. All our processes and our tanks maintain negative pressure. If you have a chance to visit our factory, you will not smell anything, any odor. And the EPA has specifications and requirements on reused products, including national standards. At Shoulin, we have 3 main products, which are hydrogen fluoride, nitric acid, and ammonium. We use industrial standards in our production, but actually we were able to produce products superior to that. Now, with resource recycling department said at the EPA, agencies like ourselves need to meet the EPA's spec for the recycled resources. In fact, our own requirements our own specs are already superior to the new regulations that will be applied. To ensure good products, the lab plays a critical role. The quality of the waste material is a challenge to the quality of our product. And the quality of our final product is also pivotal to how well we can sell it. So as an agency like ours, you need your own dedicated lab, which is what we have. We have 4 full-time persons, which account for 15% of our staffing. They continue with all the processes and waste materials and real-time analysis of products. This is their scope of work. Only by doing so can we ensure we meet the quality that the high quality that we have set for ourselves. In a departure from traditional technologies, what we use is our own equipment. According to 2021 figures, we collected 7,600 tons of effluents and waste materials. We turned them into 2,900 tons of materials, reduced sludge by 4,489 tons, reduced chemicals used by 12,000 tons, and increased water recycling by 8,300 tons. And that doesn't. That is a lowball number. Actually, we have other materials that are not counted in here. Here, I have also summarized some of our emission and energy cutting measures. For example, for our equipment, they are energy saving, including for the chiller and the air compressor. We use inverters equipment, and this year we have upgraded our boilers to inverter equipment as well. And we also have photovoltaic panels, PV panels, and we have 120,000 kilowatt hour of electricity generated in 2021, and we will build more equipment by 2023. For water recycling, we have recycled over 8,000 tons of water, and we were using our rainwater recycling and process recycling. We will continue to improve upon that figure. We have introduced management systems to ensure that we have more systematic management of occupational safety and management. According to the EPA's Green Product Certification, we will apply for certificates for our products according to the new regulations. Next year, we will be a leader in the industry in doing carbon inventory and carbon footprint. All of us come from environmental engineering background. We have the responsibility to pioneer and change the thinking of young students. So students come and visit our factory, and they realize that our factories are not stinky or dirty as they imagine. Actually, they learn that this is a new way forward, and you are welcome to contact us if you have such need. We also work together with the authorities to solve problems and deal with illegally discharged wastes. in the screen industry, they produce different types of acids and also silicon containing effluent. We have a silicon isolating technology that can help produce high concentration chemicals. However, if you want to make these high concentration Na3AIF6, it does not quite meet the high standards required by steel refinery. So for the three systems that we have obtained certification. We continue to upgrade the equipment. On behalf of Shouding, we commit to continuing to improve and innovate on our technologies so we can provide you with all-around solutions for your effluents. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our coworkers will disseminate the QR code. So please share the QR code to all the stakeholders who are concerned about the sustainable environment. So next is Taiwan Cement.
我们分享，欢迎。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is Taiwan
的作为，还有我们邻里关系。
This is Taiwan Cement's experience regarding circular economy. Before I present, Mr. Lai already heard this multiple times. So it is relevant to the environment where you can see the loss of cultures. So the planet is very strong. The vulnerable is human beings. The planet will be there, but the human being will vanish in the future. Like dinosaurs, if you want to maintain their life or extend their life, you need to reduce the waste. So Taiwan Cement is
想象一个工业区跟环。
So Taiwan Cement is trying to integrate with the environment. This is a place on the intersection of Yilan and Hualien at the Xiulin County. We want to recover the garbage and have a 100% process. This is the Heping Industrial Parks. The bird view, you can see there's a power plant. The best about this fire power plant is that it is rather outstanding. It is the only one without the sludge or the ashes in the world, because all the ashes has been recovered and reutilized as a resource for the cement, and we use the sodium component to extract the sulfur. So we sent to the cement factory as a resource. So the whole Heping Industrial Park. So we changed the name to Environmental Protection Park because we have zero waste. So you can see this is amazing photo. How we can do that for the industrial port, where we can sustain for more than 2 decades. In the past, it was a very stinky and polluted area. So we have the underwater photographer to take the photo at the Heping port, and we also conduct ecology survey. We send everyone the fish pole to try to catch a fish. So because the villagers, they believe that they need to see it before they can believe it, instead of just present some figures to them. So this is the key I want to present. For the cement occurrence, why it is can terminate the circular economy, because it is a very high temperature, about 1600 degree. We have 20 RPM per minute with a very long retention time. For the steel industry, for the semiconductors, if they have a silicon, aluminum, and calcium, it can be served as our resources. And also for the waste materials, for the county governments, it can be served as a resource for us. And because of the fashion, we have many old obsoleted the apparels and waste or garbage can be served as a resource, so it can turn into the cement. So this is a good quality cement. It can use as construction material, and also the construction waste can go back to our resource. So many people say, oh, cement is high pollution. So now we have to get rid of the negative images. So our waste recycle rate is 23%. So we have received a recognition by the EPA to receive this logo. So while we reduce the emission, we can reduce green gas emission for those the slash and ashes. It has been incinerated and converted from the sodium bicarbonate to CaO, so it can reduce the CO2 emission during the process. So the resource and the fuel can be used as the means to reduce the GHG emission. We also have a sewage process, including the mineral water. So when we collected it, it was very surprised to have to know that there are so many waters from the water. While we have energy efficiency and save the energy and reduce the waste, we don't want to create the pollutions for those particles and the NOx. We have all go through preventive facilities like this. For the particles, we have green into this charge recovery. So the concentration of emission reduced to 1.2 milligram, which is 1/20th of the national standard. So this is the key. We want to help the Hualien County to serve as the resource recycle center. Original budget was 600 million, but now is the 4.7 billion, and then now it's increased to 5.1 billion. Because if we want to build an incinerator in your neighborhood, I believe nobody will agree with that. But if I tell you that if I build a park, I'm going to build a gymnasium, I'm going to build an art museum, would you agree? Yes, everybody can receive it. So our chairman utilized the concept. That is, if we want to do something, we want to make it the best. So we have sincerely planned out, utilize this resource recycle center. It is 24/7 OSO. It's always opened. Like everyone who visit our park and you take the break, you don't need to make an appointment. For general public, they thought you have to manage. If you want to control that, you have some issues. So if I want to visit the park, you will make it clean and look nice. But in the future, it will become a very critical venues and rendezvous. This is a place for wedding ceremony, etc. And then on the left, the Heping Park. So we have many good performance with the close collaboration to the villagers. As of now, we have more than 5 million visitors, which indeed build a very good linkage to the society. The photo on the right, the kitchen left processor, it can handle 500 kilograms per day. So you can promote the plant to growth to serve as a fertilizer. In our field, we also have environmental education. We have received more than 5 million visitors. to promote the recycle of the plastic bottles and the batteries. We can exchange some products at 7-Eleven. We also collaborate with Formosa, the bioscience company, to make it as the detergent to reduce the garbage. So we reduce the resource, then we don't need to recycle it because recycle is energy consumption. So with regard to my presentation, this is my brief presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much from Taiwan Cement. Next, we'll conduct innovative groups. So first of all, let's welcome Ji Xing.
来进行亮点分享，欢迎。
嗨，大家好。
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me introduce our platform to you. We are called the GC Gift Network, Gift Circle. Let me introduce why we founded this platform and why we are standing here so that there are so many people sharing resources. Years ago, I adopted 2 stray cats. I didn't know how to raise cats, so I bought 2 cages because I didn't know how to do it. But of course, these cages were never inhabited by the cats. I just put the cat scent in there. The reason was because on the internet I saw someone was gifting away cages, so I drove there and picked up the cages. So it was an interesting experience. When I needed a cage, it appeared, so I was able to save money. When I arrived at her house, she was the same age as me. She shook my hands and said, "Thank you for taking away this cage from me." Actually, I thought I should be the one thanking her. Why was she thanking me? She said, when she bought this cage, it was for rabbits, but her rabbit died 3 days later after drinking ice water, so she was really sad. And then at the same time, her mom keeps chasing after her for getting rid of this cage, but she didn't want to throw away this brand new cage, and she asked all her friends and family, but no one needed one. And I appeared out of nowhere, so that's why she was very thankful. And she was sorry that the rabbit lived in here for 3 days and then died. Maybe you worry about feng shui. And I thought, no problem. She said she sterilized it with alcohol, and it's almost like brand new. So, and then when I went to buy feed, when I went to buy food for my cats, I found that it costs a lot to buy a brand new cage like this. It's 7,200 NTD, and then we waste a lot of resource at the factory. But at the same time, there is a family living so close to me who has to throw away the cage. I don't know what would happen to a cage if it was thrown away. So I thought, if we have a platform where everyone can share idle resources or things that they want to get rid right away, they can put it on the platform so anyone who needs to use it, or it could be a person, a family, or even an NGO or an NPO, then we can reduce the garbage. If I didn't come here, then it need to be incinerated. If I buy a new one, the factory need to produce it, and then the waste cage needs to be discarded. So that's why I came up with this link. So this is a 2016 Taobao survey. What percentage of people have some idle articles that they're not using? 98% of people is the answer. They have idle materials. Actually, all the students downstairs are laughing because they think the remaining 2% are just lying. Everyone has some idle materials lying around. And so you even after keeping it for 3 years, you end up throwing it into the garbage. It's usually something that's nice, and and you leave it for 3 years and you cannot use it because it's idle, and then you have to throw it away after 3 years. So when we talk about sharing, because we have to go to work, we're so busy, we need to take photos and in order to put it on the website. If I want to give away this shirt that I'm wearing and I post it onto IG or onto Facebook, my friends would laugh at me and say, I have 10 like this. Why would I need one from you? But actually, across Taiwan, there are other people that may need this resource. So you can actually exchange this completely for free on our platform. Of course, you can sell it or exchange it. But if the cat cage owner chose to sell it, the cage would probably be lying around still inside her house, taking up a lot of space. So free sharing to match make students, people, families, and NGOs that need the materials. And actually, you can hear stories back from them. And so it's not just about donating money. Actually, you can share an article. When I received the cage, I was inspired to found this platform. So we can encourage please do encourage your friends and family to check out our website. You may wonder what our company does. This sounds like a philanthropy, but if you look at the Gift Circle is a free platform. It's an open app that you can download with Apple or Android, and the review is quite high. So there are over 10,000 people and 647 NPOs who will look at this website. And if I put this laser pen on there, actually you will probably find a student or someone who needs it right away. And if you have something idle lying around and you don't use it, it's going to break, or you're just going to throw it out in the end. So this is why the public can do this. And also for the enterprises, we have an app here. So the enterprises can access paid services for hardware and software. We can go to their companies and deliver lectures. And actually, they're very popular. It's because this inspired people and employees to share. And we find that this raises their sense of well-being and improve their efficiency. Of course, if the employees are too busy, we can go and collect the articles, and they are shared on our platform on behalf of the company and delivered into the hands of those who need it. And we provide sustainability report to them. Right now, there are 47 companies that work with us, and of course, with GOs and NGOs, we provide a very good discount package. So this is our SAAS. Companies and their employees, clients, and members can build a model of their influence. So you may have some mugs or pots that are disused at home, and you can actually share it and gift it to people across Taiwan and create a very positive environmental impact. So this is about sharing right from the source, cut carbon, and create bilateral exchange. So this is our software as a service working together with Taipei University. So even a university wants to replace buying and throwing away with reuse or sharing. So actually, inside the school, there are graduates who already want to share or give away their materials, and now they can use our app to do so. The Taipei City Food Bank is also built on our platform. This is the 3rd year we're working with them. So you can very easily identify how the NPOs in Taipei City use these apps, and they save a lot of money and the social workers' time and effort. So actually what we do is very simple. I know there are a lot of high-tech industry here in the audience, but we are each professional in our own way. So I basically build a platform so people can put their idle resources on there. So this is continuous redistribution, reuse of products. For example, this laser pen can be shattered and become resource. But before that happens, the laser pen can be used a few more times, so we can extend the life cycle to other users who can use it as an actual laser pen. So this is our outcome. One cycle every 96 seconds, 86% of success rate of matchmaking rate. And these are our carbon reduction achievements. Every day, there are articles worth $588,000 being shared on our platform. That is why a lot of NPOs and school principals check out our website every day, because they can save money by using these resources. So they can save on a lot of donation. Because actually, just in this audience alone, a lot of us have some idle mugs and idle glasses and plates, and that we can give away to these NPOs and schools or nursing homes, and they can devote their money to elsewhere. So this is how we help them calculate the benefits they are able to create. We are able to achieve this 86% success rate because Taiwanese are very nice people. Actually, they put a lot of brand new products on there, because actually a lot of them are free gifts from other purchases or from shares or from the companies. So a lot of times we have many articles like these at home that are actually taking up space and making us feel anxious. It's just like emails. If you have 1,000 unread or 99 plus line messages, then you feel stressful. This is how we can relieve this kind of stress. The families and individuals can use this for free, and so can companies. But for our paid services, we provide them detailed data that they can apply in their ESG and sustainability reports. If you access the full solution from us, you can achieve a lot of ESG benefits. And this is in terms of the UN SDGs. We meet 12 of the SDGs. Number 14, 15 for protecting the ocean and protecting the land. I thought maybe this is a stretch, but actually we received an Asia Award because we are directly linked to 13, 14, and 15. So it sounds like a very minor thing to share idle resources, but you are able to achieve so many benefits. So we are so happy that on behalf of Taiwan, we won the World Sustainability Outstanding Award and a few Asian awards. And I want to thank the EPA for giving us the Gold Award. This is our slogan. But it's not a very high-level slogan, but it's just a very humble thought. So if you share this used product, you are happy and the earth is happy. Everyone is blessed. In the process, you enjoy longer life and better health, because you don't need to burn so much trash, and we don't need to breathe in the waste air, and the incinerators can be used for a longer time. So only burn the real waste rather than things that can be used. There are lots of articles that we can still use, so please open these up for circulation and find a good new family for your idle resources. Thank you.
Okay, next is the last but not the least, the presenter that will apply environmental technology, Mr. Xie Kunchen, the general manager. Mr. Xie. Mr. Lai, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the general manager of Applied Environmental Technology. My name is Xie Kunchen. This is my presentation. Because in the interest of time, I just cut it short. So we were founded in Silicon Valley and LA in California, US. In the beginning, we use a battery, and then we extend to the battery. We have the first one in 100% the plastic at the recovery at Amazon and Walmart. In 2021, we came back to Taiwan and set up the factory, and we extend the circular economy model from the state. We recover the plastic membrane and coatings. During the process, we apply 100% of the water recycle and to absorb the heat and the waste gas and regenerate it, and then to reduce the impact to the environment. We also recover the plastic particles and present it, create it to the packaging materials, and then to complete the closed economical circulars. So allow me to introduce the application of the agricultural films. This is the latest development, the original resource LDPE. After the greenhouse development, we have three advantages. First of all, let me just take you and take a look at this photo. If you have been to the strawberry farm, this film is very valuable. There are three applications. First, it can reduce the fertilizers and herbicide. And then with regard to the design of the underground PE pipe, you can convey the nutrition to the root of the plant and reduce the waste. And then use the membrane to cover the soil. You can maintain the humidity and the temperature, and also reduce the loss of the water. And so take California as an example. It is the largest agricultural state in the U.S. With regard to the strawberry farm, they have certain farming approaches. It is the largest so-called production site in the state. With regard to the strawberry in California, it occupied about 80% in the state. More than 300,000 tons of membrane need to be landfilled. And then, so the recycle cost is about $800 per ton. So it is about $200 million worth of recycled the plastic being buried under the ground. So we are we have received the agriculture the license in the state. We are the only one because during the process you will have a lot of plastic debris during the grindings. How to separate fully separate the plastic? Take our factory, we need to use about 60 tons of water per hour. However, our water bill is only $300 per month. So take the regular household in California, about 4 people in the house. Their monthly water bill is about $140. If we use too much water resource, we will squeeze the water utility of residents in California. So the local officers from the EPA also concerned about this very much. So when our soil has went through the fully the screening, we also receive the certification. Then we collaborate with a local vendor, and we can create 30% to 40% of organic fertilizer, and after we dry it and then we send it back to the farm or add some enzymes to create so-called the particles and then sell to like B&Q here in Taiwan. So in Taiwan perspective, our first collaborator is Carrefour in Taiwan. In Thailand, we start with 4 stores. We train the site staff, and in the beginning there were always so-called that is. So during the cleaning process, you need to do a lot of steps. For example, if you see the tapes, you need to cut it off and also reduce the paste. So from those 6 stores, we do A, B, C, D, the bottlenecks from grade D, and in the end, we close to level A. Then we convert those particles into the plastic bag and sell it on the market. We also help the Carrefour to receive the first logo, EPA logo, and then the process utilize 100% recycled materials. So then we also work together with the TSMC and ASE. Lately, we also work together with the EPA from Taoyuan to promote 100% recycled plastic bags. So for the circular economy, that's so much about the only we have the wrong place. We never have the wrong resources. We want to create a new value and so reduce the impact to the environment. So our next step is to say that we have iWest platform. So we will incorporate our U.S. patent packaging machine. It is an AI system, utilize wood, and the vehicle transportation at the backstage will create the booking media. And so we wish to help to make the recyclable waste not go to the incinerator. The idea can help Taiwan either in the school or in the community. I believe it is a very good direction. So once again, thank you very much for your attention. This is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Applied Environmental Technology, Mr. Xie. So this complete our 7th presentation with regard to their the demonstration and presentation. Let's give all the 7 speakers a round of applause. And I would like to ask any experts from the innovation group or the circle group to share your highlight, because we have government officers and experts in the industry from various fields. We all are concerned about the sustainable resources. So this is a very good opportunity. I would like to give the opportunity to you. If you want to take this precious opportunity to share the highlight of your company, you are more than welcome. Are there any company? Yes, great. So can I invite the gentleman on the blue suit to share your company? Thank you. Okay, please approach the podium. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are Better Company, so our focus is on the circular cup. So our company is work together with PX and shopping link with regard to the policy and regulation required to reduce the one-time use the drinks. So we collaborate with large-scale the logistic company. So oftentimes in the afternoon, the company will purchase the drinks as a group. So we will provide the relevant service. So in the meeting, when you drink, you will not damage the environment. We also work together with startup partners to share our ideas. So we wish to have a further interaction with all of you. Thank you very much. This is a very good opportunity for your company to provide relevant service. Anyone else? Yes, quite a lot. Okay, please raise your hand one more time. Thank you. Okay, that's a lady first. Okay, welcome. Watch out your steps. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Missiko. I'm the founder of Missiko Yanting. We are use the environmental friendly utensil to carry the box. Have you called the Uber the delivery? We want to reduce the one-time use waste. We have the Chinese and the Western medicine graduate. So we want to provide healthy dishes to take care about the health of the staff. We also provide the gourmet food service for the sustainable enterprise. If you want to provide a healthy and environmental friendly box, we provide the service to help you to care about the sustainable environment as well as the health of your staffs. Thank you very much. Okay, in the interest of time, I would please accept my apology. Next, we would like to conduct the tour guide here later on. Oh yes, also director say yes, we can accept more. So how about this part? Yes, the lady on the black dress. Welcome. Good morning. We are Xunshi Company, so you can Google the look on my basket. So as the previous two colleagues talk about the environmental delivery service and the environmental friendly box. So we also have digitized ESR ESG report annually. Another service for the manufacturers to create the transition for the sustainability. As you heard, many experts talk about their business. They have a doubt of circular development. But however, in their daily work, they have a lot of waste. For example, they use one-time utensils in the canteens, and they also waste a lot of papers. So we use the comprehensive service from the creation and also the compilation of the digital. So the corporation can focus on their core business while they implement sustainable development and energy efficiency and energy safe. So feel free to contact me. Okay, lady over there. Welcome. Watch out your steps. Good morning. I am Inben company. I'm the Shenzhen founder. So the Shenzhen on my hand is utilize semiconductors, the leftover to have create green construction materials. So because Inben is not circular but innovation group, we have more than 50 years of a material background. We were on the upstream, provide raw materials. However, because of a circular economy, so 4 years ago, I came back to Taiwan and take over the company and created Shenzhen Muzhuo. So this is a new business sector in my company. Basically, I utilize this as industrial leftover products. For example, the store at Xinlong Group. If you have visit, you can visit. Go to Qingcheng Street close to Xiong Brother Hotel. This is there's a restaurant, Saola. So they use this material, and also in Yilan we have some construction case. We use it for the Visage, and now we are applied to the solution for the low carbon construction or low carbon building. If they need to reach the diamond level of the low carbon building, you need the low carbon materials. Now we have established a low carbon digital system. So for every piece of construction, we will present green carbon report. So this is our the endeavor regarding circular economy. Thank you very much. Now we will open for one more presentation. Yes, the gentleman over there. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the R&D manager Chris from Dafeng Environmental Production Company. We are a company originated for the resource recycle. This is our concept. So resource recycle and the regeneration and the recirculation is our daily work. So with regard to the plastic container, we basically recycle two products. One is from the HDPE from the milk bottle. The other thing is the drink, the PP from the drink, the shaking drinks. So when we crash it and clean it and recycle it to create recycled plastic particles, to provide the branding company to apply on the next cycle here in Taiwan because of the 4-in-1 project from EPA. Taiwan is a country we have very outstanding performance with regard to the world ranking. We are next to Germany as the number 2 on the best resource recycle. We can utilize all the waste. The most famous one is number 1, the PET from the plastic bottles. We have a 95% of recycle rate. For out of 100 plastic bottle, we can recycle 95. But the HTP and the PD recycle rate is not as good as a recycled bottle. Perhaps the wording is not as good as plastic bottles, but our objective is that everyone can know that today when I drink 1 bottle of milk, so if I have a good recycle, it can be a good product. If I drink 1 shake milk, so it can be recycled and to produce a pen on my hand. So then we will have no plastic waste into the river, into the ocean. Then we will create maintain a beautiful earth. Thank you very much. So once again, a round of applause to the company who present earlier. Thank you very much to bring us a very good knowledge about environmental protection. Next, we would like to take a tour to introduce a sustainable tour. We will divide it into 4 groups. So now we would like to invite the officers on the 2 front line and the friends from the media follow Mr. Ke. Okay, because the director really appreciated the experts of various the industry. He would like to make some remarks. Thank you. Welcome, director. I don't have much to say, but I want to present my appreciation to your support of EPA. So to engage this selection, the objective is to develop new innovations for the past 2 or 3 years for like YFY and Taiwan Cement. they have very good performance on the circular economy. Today, I'm very happy. Why I want to open up the more times? Because when I saw the Jixing company, they have these young people. They have new ideas. As you know, the world of the internet platform today, we will know there are some young generation. They develop many platforms. So in the future, we can build a new business model. So when we reduce the quantity at the source, we can more work more. So like the Huai is another example for us to learn. That is the final platform, because now we want to establish the linkage. Who will take over you after the one stage, and we also to extend our goal on top of irrespective circular applications. We would like to highlight or focus on the industrial chain from the upstream to downstream. So this is my remark to share with you. Next is our tour activity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. Next, I would like to invite the guests on the first two rows and follow Mr. Ke, and then to start the tour. Mr. Ke is over there. Then we will start from the Taoyuan and into sustainability. Please carry your valuable belongings. Next, I'd like to invite row 3 to row 5. Follow Zhang Lixin. Follow Zhang Lixin with jacket over there.
再次提醒贵宾们，贵重物品记得随身携带，贵重物品记得随身携带。
Tonight, let the memories light the corners of our minds. Misty watercolor memories we share.
第6排至第8排的贵宾，请跟着吴秋芬鼓掌，请跟着吴鼓掌。鼓掌现在呢在举着手，在入口处。第6排至第8排的贵宾，请跟着吴秋芬吴鼓掌进行参观。他已经在入口处等候大家。好，接下来呢，其余后排的贵宾，请跟着杨信熙鼓掌进行参观。请跟着杨信熙鼓掌进行参观。那杨鼓掌呢，也在入口处等候大家。
I'm not going anywhere. If I should lose you, the stars would would sing a lonely refrain, and I would wander around, hating the sound of rain. With you beside me, no wind in winter would blow, what would I be without you? There's no place for me without you. Whatever let me go, I'd be so lost if you went away. from the sky. If I should lose you, the leaves would wither and die. The birds in Maytime would sing a lonely refrain, and I would wander around, hating the sound of rain. With you beside me, no wind in winter would blow. With you beside me, a rose would bloom in the snow. I gave you my love, but I was living a dream, and living would seem in vain if I lost you. With you beside me, no wind in winter would blow. With you beside me, a rose would bloom in the snow. I gave you my love, much too much. If you let me go, life would lose its touch. What would I be without you? There's no place for me without you. Whenever let me go, I'd be so lost if you went away. There'd be 1,000 hours in the day without you, I know. Because of one caress, my world was overturned. At the very start, all my bridges burned by my flaming heart. You'd never leave me, would you? You couldn't hurt me, could you? Never let me go. Never let me go. You and I must make a pact. We must bring salvation back. Where there is love, I'll be there. I'll reach out my hand to you.
各位现场的贵宾以及所有的产业先进们，大家午安！距离午宴开始还有1分钟，距离午宴开始还有1分钟的时间，请各位把握时间，尽速就座，谢谢。
And I'll be there. I'll be there to comfort you, build my world of dreams around you. I'm so glad that I found you. And I'll be there with a love that's strong. I'll be your strength. I'll keep holding on. Yes, I will. I'll keep holding on. Let me fill your heart with joy and laughter. For togetherness, boy, is all I'm after. Whenever you need
现场的与会长官、贵宾们，大家午安。距离午宴还有1分钟的时间，请各位可以尽速就座。那同时这里呢，也要询问一下今天有获奖的绩优企业代表们。我不知道大家看一下讲座有无拿错讲座的状况呢？因为我们有先进反应，好像拿错讲座了所以邀请好。那也请我们所有绩优企业获奖的，可以稍微确认一下，再帮我们确认一下，谢谢。那欢迎在场的长官贵宾再度回到我们的会场。不知道大家刚刚呢，在我们楼下参观了循环产业从头开始的特展，以及有序资源馆的这个导览，有没有获得不一样的一些心得？想说以后可以用在贵司的这个发展之路上，希望呢都会有一些收获。那么我们午宴呢，马上就要开始了。在午宴开始之时，我们也邀请到了桃园的清溪国中带来弦乐4重奏的演出。那我们这里呢，也掌声欢迎清溪国中带来的表演。 谢谢清溪国中为我们带来的弦乐四重奏，让我们在午宴的时候呢，哇，可以随着悠扬的琴声放松心情。同时呢，待会请大家也享用我们为您准备的佳肴。那么在正式进入我们的午餐时间之前呢，有4点要跟贵宾们先说明。第一是我们希望呢大家可以响应环保，所以重复的使用餐盒以及餐具，以及呢在使用完毕之后，请将厨余以及餐具拿至回收处，现场会有工作人员协助您进行回收。再来是呢，待会如果有要先行离开的我们的贵宾在1点半的时候呢，1楼的大厅会有接驳车所以请各位贵宾呢要搭接驳车的要注意一下时间，以及呢我们待会的开始时间也是1点半，所以要邀请我们的各位贵宾呢留意一下时间，1点半的时候再度回来，以及最后是等一下呢我们的荧幕上会显示一个满印度的问卷，再麻烦各位贵宾呢在午宴时间抽空填写我们的问卷，谢谢大家。好，那么现在呢，我们今天的那个外汇餐点呢，为您准备在隔壁的休息室，各位贵宾呢也可以起身前往去选取，可以享用我们今天准备的餐点。
You're like a song that I sing in the morning.
'cause I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no, I can't get no. When I'm driving in my car, that man keeps on the radio. It's telling me more and more about some useless information supposed to fire my imagination. I can't get no, oh no, no. Hey, 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 that's what I say. I can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction, 'cause I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no, I can't get no. When I'm watching my TV and the vacuums on tell me how white my shirts can be. Well, it can be mad 'cause it doesn't smoke the same cigarette as me. I can't get no, oh no, no. Hey, 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 that's what I say. I can't get no,
I have climbed highest mountain, I have run through the fields, only to be with you, only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the healing fingertips that burn like fire. This burning desire, I have spoken tongue of angels, I have held hand of the devil. It was warm in the night, I was cold as a stone. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I believe kingdom come, the Nordic colors bleed in the one, bleed Yes, I'm still running. You broke the bones, lose the chains, cover the cross of my shame, of my shame. You know I believed it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Made it through the wilderness. Somehow I made it through. I didn't know how lost I was until I found you. I was beat, incomplete. I've been had. I was sad and blue, but you made me feel. Yeah, you made me feel shiny and new, like a virgin touched for the very first time, like a virgin when your heart beats next to mine. Gonna give you all my love, boy. My fear is fading fast. Been saving it all for you, 'cause only love can last. You're so fine and you're mine. Make me strong, yeah, you make me bold. Oh, you love thought out. Yeah, you love thought out. Water's getting cold, like a virgin touched for the very first time, like a virgin with your heartbeat next to mine. Oh, you're so fine and you're mine. I'll be yours till the end of time, 'cause you make me feel. Yeah, you make me feel nothing to hide, like a virgin touched for the very first time, like a virgin when your heart beats next to mine, like a virgin. Ooh, like a virgin. Feels so good inside when you hold me and your
in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, wanna feel in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love. When you softly leave, and it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of rules, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're the savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of rules, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. How deep's your love? How deep is your love? I really mean to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
Every breath you take, every move you make, every bound you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can you see? You belong to me. How my poor heart aches with every step you take. every bow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, our memories, they can be inviting, but somewhere to get in mind, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's all ending, I gotta stop pretending who we are, who we You and me, I can see his eyes. I will. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak.
say I'm sorry if I thought that I would change your mind. But I know that this time I have said too much, been too unkind. I tried to laugh about it, cover it all up with lies. I tried to laugh about it, hiding the tears in my eyes.
Hey darling, don't you ever come around here? Don't wanna see your face, you better disappear. The fire is in their eyes and the words are really clear. So beat it, just beat it. You better run, you better do what you can. Don't wanna see no blood, don't be a macho man. You wanna be tough, better do what you can. So beat it. Bet you wanna be bad, just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, just beat it, beat it, just beat it. They're out to get you, better leave while you can. Don't wanna be a boy, you wanna be a man. You wanna stay alive, better do what you can. So beat it, just beat it. You have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life, that ain't no truth or dare. They kick you, then they beat you, then they tell you it's fair. So beat it. But you wanna be bad, beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, just beat it, beat it, just beat it. Beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it. Just beat it.
各位贵宾您好，请有需要搭乘接驳车的贵宾留意一下时间，请于1点半至1楼大厅集合。请有需要搭乘接驳车的贵宾于1点30分至1楼大厅集合，谢谢。那以及我们荧幕上的满意度调查问卷，也欢迎各位贵宾可以抽空填写，谢谢。欢迎现场的各位贵宾来到我们。
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our summit for the afternoon. We have three interactive keynote speeches this afternoon. After the presentation of each speaker, we have Q&A arranged. So should you have any question or any comment for the presenter, please take advantage of the Q&A at the end of each keynote. We will take all the questions at the same time and have them answered at the same time. Welcome back. We are going to begin right away with the first keynote speech. The theme is SRF applications in corporations. First, we would like to invite the plant manager of Zhenglong, Mr. Wu, to share with us. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. I would like to talk to you about SRF application in a paper factory. My outline has three parts. The first is about low carbon paper making in the circular economy. Second, resource recycling in circular economy, and finally experience sharing. First, on low carbon paper. Our Dayuan factory is located in the Dayuan Industrial Park, producing industrial paper. We produce the surface piece and the corrugated middle part. 98% of the material come from recycled paper, and 2% are original wood pulp based on the product requirement. So most of it is recycled paper. By low carbon paper making, we mean in the past, paper is made from new pulp, and that is linear economy, and after using it, then it is incinerated or it goes into landfill. And at our company, we use recycled paper. So instead of 6.1 ton per of carbon emission per ton of product, we can cut it down to 0.83 per ton. So at our capacity of 500,000 ton, the emission cutting effect is 2.6 million ton in carbon emission. So paper industry is a critical so-called vein industry. In terms of carbon emission, it's equivalent to 1,500 Da'an Forest Park. If this paper is not remade into into paper, then it would be in the 2.2 incinerator annual capacity. And or it can be translated into 9 million trees preserved. So this is a big number. Now, this is about how we reuse the resource. We get the recycled water and then we make it into pulp. So there's the pulp production process, which is in the red circle. In this process, there's a lot of non-fiber product, which is what we call the scrap, the paper making scrap. And this produces a lot of problems. In the past, this was a big dilemma. In the past, we contract out the scrap and then it's incinerated. But there is limited capacity for the contractor in incinerating it. So we try to improve this. In 2000, we set our own incinerator so we can convert the waste into steam and then use it at the plant again. In 2009, we worked together with E-Tree on a technology exchange, and that's when the RDF term began to appear. We have what's called the dry pellet maker equipment. So we're starting to turn waste into fuel. And then in 2010, we have 2 sets of BFB boilers installed. And so instead of burning coal, now we have an alternate fuel. So this is a major milestone. And then as the technology improved in 2011, we have set an online pellet maker, which I will explain later. When we make the pellet, we need a pre-processing equipment, and our older equipment was more basic and the capacity was also quite low. So in 2014, we had a full reform of our pre-processing system to improve the capacity. Then in 2019, as I said, in 2009, we had a dry pellet making technology with E-Tree. However, the energy consumption was very high. Then as the pellet making technology improved, in 2019, we changed from dry to wet style pellet making to reduce the energy consumption. And then in 2021, we made the packing machine. So you can use different types of SRF application. Where is the paper making scrap coming from? There are different types. So we have what's called the coarse scrap, the scrap ropes, heavy scrap, and metal. So we can deal with them different ways, and then mainly we deal with the first three parts, and then for the metal, it's recycled and reused. For the finer scrap, it is cleaner non-fiber scrap, and we can make it into pellet directly. So we have an online pellet maker to turn the fine scrap into RDF5, which can then be used as fuel. And as I mentioned, there are different types of scrap, the coarse, fine scrap, and heavy scrap, as well as the rope scrap. Now, for the rope and coarse scrap, they are bigger, and then there's a lot of impurities such as stone and metal. So we need to do some pre-processing, and that's divided into two things: the rope or the coarse scrap. And then the better quality is made into pellets, and the lower quality goes into our own incinerator. Based on the scrap, we sort it into different types and go toward different use. Okay, now about pre-processing. For the paper making scrap, we need to do mainly two parts. First is purification, second is homogenization. So for purification, we sort out the metal, sort it by sizes, and the finer, and then we use wind blowing to do sorting. And then for the good finer scrap, we homogenize it in going through different processes so that it's turned into SRF. For the metal and other materials that cannot be burned or will be stuck in the boiler, then we do different process. At the Dayuan factory pre-2000, we fully contract out our work 100%. After we set up our own incinerator, then we process 50 to 60% of the scrap. And then after the dry type pellet maker, we are at 75%. And now with the pre-processing already reformed, we can reach over 90% of self-processing. And this tremendously cuts down on the waste treatment cost and effort. At Dayuan factory, each year our scrap is 20,000 to 30,000 tons, which is a very massive amount. So when we use it in our process ourselves, it can replace coal use by 20,000 tons per year and produces 160,000 tons per year of steam. We use mixed combustion with coal plus SRF. There are many advantages to this. First is cutting down on coal use. Second, because there's coal, you have enough burning efficiency. And also with the coal, there is fly ash and bottom ash that we can use together. We can send over to cement maker or CLSM maker. Last year, we reached about 10,000 tons of CLSM last year. The process uses a lot of water. We need to continue to add water and remove water. So we have some water recycling equipment. Every ton of paper uses 7 to 9 ton of water, and we can recycle 280,000 ton of that, which is at 96.3%. And one special thing is we have anaerobic as well as aerobic systems. When there's an anaerobic system in wastewater treatment, then you produce biogas. So we have a biogas generator to make use of that. As early as 1994, we had our first anaerobic biosystem, which was the first one in Taiwan. It's a UASB system, and we further improved in 2005 after technology collaboration with E-Tree. They said after you purify the biogas, you can have steam boiler system to take advantage of the energy. In the same year, we received the first VCS carbon inventory certificate for that is SGS certified. And the Dayuan factory was a pilot, and then it was rolled out to all the other factories. For biogas purification and boilers, in 2008, we received the first VCS carbon right, and then in 2005 we had the first ISO 14064-1 declaration, and then in 2010 we had our first IC anaerobic biosystem. Actually, biogas technology is very mature now. So in 2021 we installed 2 units of 1200 kilowatt biogas generators totaling 2400 kilowatt, and we're able to generate 19 million kilowatt hour of electricity, which is used for 5,300 families. And we also work together with Central University on biodiversity monitoring. So I talked about 3 circles, 3 loops for the materials, the energy, and the water. In plant-wide, our paper recycling rate is 97%, waste recycle rate 92.4%, and water recycling 96.3%, which are all stellar numbers. Now I'd like to share with you some of the problems we ran into. Of course, using SRF in a paper factory, we have gone through a lot of growing pains. When the pellet makers come in, it's not so easy to shape the pellets. When we first started, actually it was very hard to have very solid shapes. So we worked together with the supplier to adjust it. This is just one of the issues. Also, because there's some fiber and in compression, sometimes it gets stuck. So we need to improve the equipment. And also, when you inject or squeeze out the pellets, we also had several issues. Even with this shredding blade, we had a problem because the base is not solid enough and it's prone to vibration. I talked about pre-processing equipment. We do pre-processing where the heavy and hard scrap are sorted out first to reduce damage to the shredder, enhance the capacity, and prevent it from damaging the boiler. This way, we can cut down on non-scheduled machine stops. Also, mixing our SRF into coal burning also have some impact on the boilers. quartz sand is used as a medium for this kind of boiler. If there's too much or it's uneven, then excessively high temperature would cause the quartz sand to melt down, and then that would clog up the machine. Also, coal and SRF have different density, and the sizes and property are also different. So we need to pay attention to that, as well as adhesion. Finally, to ensure a smooth process, we have three success factors. First is we produce our own material, so it's very stable. Second, we have our own production field and our own boiler, so it's a full circle, and we can adjust it to optimize it because we have this. If you take others materials and may not match your own needs, and you need to make a lot of adjustments. For the paper making industry, you need to ensure that for us, we have ensured that all three processes are done in plant, so that's why it is so successful.
Now we have time for QA.
特别的问题呢？
Any questions for our presenter? We can entertain 2 questions. Okay, if there are no questions, may I ask one? You said that it's not so easy to execute this project because today's presentation, you're only presenting the results of after overcoming all the barriers. Now, when you run into problem, how did you deal with it? Maybe there's some top-down or bottom-up communication or coordination that need to be straightened out. It's mainly with the equipment, as I said, for pellet makers. If you want to use it in different industries, it depends. How useful it is depends on your how you use it, because when you are compressing it or with the pipe work, including the diameter and the length, all affect the pellet making process, and the pre-processing is also one issue. So when we run into problems, the operation and technology department need to discuss this together with the equipment supplier, and you need to go through a lot of trial and error. Actually, sometimes the supplier doesn't know the issues ahead of time, and you have to actually use it to know the problems. And once we buy it, we just need to fine-tune it to the best. I think that's the same thing with all equipment. After over a decade of use, I think the pellet making machine suppliers also have learned a lot of techniques. If you buy pellet equipment now, I'm sure they are more sophisticated now because they've learned a lot of lessons with the paper making factories. They have invested a lot of upfront costs to fulfill their warranties with us. So now when you approach them, you have relatively fewer problems, but you have to use it to know. Once again, let's thank our presenter.
For the afternoon section, we are very delighted that Xu Zhilun from EPA is here with us. Welcome. Then we're back to the subject 1, keynote speaker 1. With the same subject, we have invited another speaker from FYF Consumer Products, Mr. Xu Hongde. Officers from EPA, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Xu Hongde from YFY Consumer Products. Today, I'm going to talk about the circular economy with regard to industrial papers. What are our challenges and what are our experiences? Okay, this is the agenda of the presentation. First of all, YFY is a group, and at the moment we have 5 major business sections. I won't name each one of them in the interest of time. Today I'm going to focus on the 3 major companies, Zhonghua, Yongfengyu, and YFY Consumer Products. With regard to the YFY industrial paper, we use this kind of recycled fiber to produce this craft paper, and so with that we will use the wave and create corrugated paper product for the vendor or business. So this is our the previous speaker is our best competitor. Mr. Wu already mentioned that, so I won't elaborate that. So when we talk about the recycled fiber for to produce such products, actually, we not only to delete the recycled paper, we also think about during the process how our technology or what kind of mechanism can help or support other vendor to develop it. So therefore, based on such, either promoting the circular economy as well as the energy saving and the carbon reduction, we want to utilize the boiler technique to have a close linkage to the upstream to generate a full or comprehensive circular economy. With that in mind, so you can see this is the map of the circular economy at the YFI industrial paper. We would like to generate the product of such products. So we also use a lot of waters. So with regard to the water recycle as well as the profit, we need to have a lot of engagement, including the ratio and as well as the development of the anaerobic technology. We need the heat and the powers. Take Xinwu plant, we have 3 power generator to provide the heat as well as the power. This is a summary of the Xinwu factory. We have 3 assembly line and 3 power system. With regard to SRI, when we talk about SRF, we use a recycled paper as our primary source of fibers. So inevitably, when we recover the paper here in Taiwan, even we are very outstanding, we rank top in the world. However, we still have some debris like plastic. So those create a lot of the pressure for the waste management for our paper mills. With that, we consider how to we thought about how to solve that issue. At the moment, the development are trying to take the solution perspective. So like here, like for example, we have set up SRF protocols to convert the waste paper to SRF and use our own boiler to convert it into energy. So take this simple the flow chart. The green part is the regular paper production. And so when we create convert it to the craft paper, and then for the other screening, so we convert we exclude the fiber, and so we sort them and send them to respective processes. Like so, with regard to this part with a higher plastic portion, we will send to the one assembly line. For this Xinwu factory, we have 3 with the screening, the other one without screening. Not only we use different raw materials, but the key point is that the downstream process can cover both raw materials. This goes back to why some of the resources need to go through this the pattern making. The other ones can just can be used with very loose material. This is because of the character of the boiler as well as the quality of the fuel to make such adjustment. Therefore, when you see this is what I mentioned, one of the three gas and the electric hybrid system. The first one is the using the coal burning, so we use plastic waste to be our primary fuel. So now Xinwu factory is the most important plastic waste process factory. The one on the right is a zero coal burning power generator. So this boiler is to use our inside or in-house SRF fuel, and with that, so because the original design is for this the fuel, either the character specification and density with regard to the influx, and then the boiler and the pollutant design are very unique or exclusive. Without that, the design, when you use this coal or later on alternative fuel, like Mr. Wu mentioned in early presentation, there are certain limitations. So in the beginning, the design of the boiler will determine the later on limitation as well as the quality. So based on that design, as I mentioned earlier, on top of our in-house protocol, we also extend the other material. We want to link with the upstream for a cross-disciplinary collaboration to reach the objective of net zero emission. With regard to the biogas, it is very straightforward, especially back in 2016. We have an expansion plan in Xinwu. So with that, we need to comprehend or complete the whole system. So we built an aerobic process facility based on that direction, including the anaerobic process adjustment, including operation, maximize or optimize the operation. For this facility at the moment can produce 30,000 cubic meters of biogas, and and density or concentration is quite stable, over 80%. With such outstanding performance, we have established now the largest biogas facility, and then its capacity is 0.5 megawatts. So not only to make the factory to operate stably, so the midstream or the biogas can contribute to the green development or green energy development. Last but not least, I want to talk about the utility of such SRF. What are the challenges we encounter as Mr. Wu mentioned earlier, on top of the upstream manufacturing? So you need to make necessary adjustment for homogenization during the process. This industrial boiler is need to have even more stringent requirement for the quality of the fuel. It is not simply to say that because industrial boilers emission has a more stringent requirement, but it is a rather comprehensive background on top of the stringent regulation for the emission standard. So with regard to the boiler design, input, and the fuel system, we need to have a comprehensive design, as I said, where the scope of the original boiler design will have some impact to the later on alternative fuel. When it cannot stay away from the original quality design. With regard to the physical character, the size, and the quality, when we talk about the chemical aspect, those material contain the chloride as well as other the chemicals that have some negative damage to the boiler, including the erosion and the deposition, etc., etc. If you do not have invest a lot of efforts with regard to the design of homogeneity of the boiler, then you will have the problem later on. Then the pressure will come up, and then you need to stop the boiler. Then you will have a lot of problems, and then the quality issues and the cost issue is phenomenal and tremendous. This is why we care very much about the quality of the upstream fuels, because it is directly relevant to the production and also the whole cost. This is why we need to invest a lot of efforts to confirm the fuel quality. I want to highlight that when we want to handle the waste, the level is different. For example, our own sludge, we know what kind of a protocol to manage those the sludge. Maybe the two process or two step can be solved. But however, if it is other types of waste, then you need to have run certain tests to understand the scope of the management. So it is rather difficult to have a smooth and seamless process. Next, with regard to the downstream, I will give you a brief introduction. Once we use alternative fuels, the ash have some changes. It is more complicated. This is why we need to spend more effort to confirm whether those ashes can be completely processed. With regard to the carbon reduction, this is the area we also need to appreciate or give gratitude to EPA, because they told us this regulation because it is regulated. So the methods is focused on the replacement of the coal to reduce the carbon. And then so for the boilers are big companies, they are excluded. So this is why we say this is what a shame and a pity. Last, so with regard to the confirmation or recognition of the alternative energy to replace the coal, I would like to present it for the officers of EPA. Actually, this is another area that we really consider is a pity, because we have certain mechanism for considerations, but if there's opportunities, we need to improve it. Finally, I think I would like to quote the leader of the YFY, Mr. He Shouchuan. He said, actually, there's no waste in the world. It's just we don't know how to process it. Based on such concept, YFY, I mean, either when we promote a circular economy or reduce the carbon emission, that we always apply this concept to move forward. This completes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Xu from YFY. So I would like to take this opportunity to see if there are any questions on the venue. So maybe you can raise one question, because you are a competitor, because then you can compete and cooperate together. Is it okay? I would like to ask you a question. When you mentioned about that your concern about the quality of the fuel for the boiler, it is very stringent. So if there are something wrong, it will have immense impact to the downstream. So have you made any estimation that during the year-round boiler operations, how many times you have the issues or the quality issues? Is it zero, or yeah, you do have some issue? Yes, I think we do have some issues, but it is very difficult to say how many times. What I can tell you is that as we try to pursue the coal reduction, the frequency were higher and higher, because originally we use coal. Coal is something relatively stable. it is a fuel, right? But today, if you want to use different fuel to replace it, then when the fuel is more diversified, the challenge for the boiler operations as well as the frequency of some issues or unexpected breakdown is always there, so the risk is high. So in order to match ask the boiler operator to work even harder, but we also need to talk to the original the supplier to make necessary adjustment. They need to supply stable quantity, stable quality to make sure the downstream operation is safe and secured. Excuse me. I would like to ask you one question. Yes. Also, I want to let all the partners in the energy or resource sustainability. Most of the companies have pursuing the resource sustainability. This is also relevant to our following visit. So when I saw your presentation, you mentioned about SRF. You also have another approach that is to create biogas or methane. So when you make a decision between these two different fuels, so what is the cost and the energy conversion rate? Is it a good combination? Have you made any assessment? So my question is, can other cooperate to say, like, if I can use the regenerated fuel to generate power for SRF or other company to convert the high heat material to become a gas fuel to use together. So is it okay for me to ask this question? Yes, thank you very much, Director. So like actually there are two parts to address the statement. So take Xinwu factor. Why I have biogas and SRF together? Like I said in the morning, because I want to solve our internal issues. So it happened that we have both issues. So when we have a self-developed base, and once we have an internal base, and then we can further extend it to help other people. So if for the solid and the liquid, this we will develop both directions. If other environment or other vendors, it is rather difficult for them to say which one they prefer, because you need to evaluate your situation or your objective or your goals, what kind of target you want to reach. And then secondly, what is the second one? Have I answered your question? The second one too? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. That's about it. So basically, originally, we want to take care of our own issues. So this is, for example, for we have a effluent, we have a 60 to 70%, then we would take care of other people's issues. Thank you. Thank you, Wi-Fi, Mr. Xu. Thank you very much. And then next, we are going to enter the section 2, the keynote presentation.
For this topic, we have the green financing. Please welcome from Shanghai Commercial and Savings Bank, our manager from the financing department, Mr. Ye. Hello, everyone. I am from Shanghai Bank and here to present the topic of green financing. You may be curious what green financing has to do with circular economy. Today in the handbook, I recycled my own photo from 20 years ago, and here's my outline. First, green financing and its meaning. Second, FSC, our responsible authority, has a green financing action program 3.0. and I will brief you on that. As a financial institution, we also have some corresponding actions. Why are we talking about green financing or circular economy? Actually, this is a report from UN. Because overuse by humans, there is greenhouse gas effect on the planet. So the higher the temperature, the higher the risk for extreme climate. There will be heat waves, storms, and droughts, which will proportionally rise. Because of extreme climates, extreme weathers, we also have food, sea water level, and endangered species which are being impacted. Summarizing these factors, here, the darker the color is, the greater the climate change impact. For example, on the ecosystem, the species, when we look at it by region, and the darker the color, the greater the impact. So as you can see in the legend on the right, high or very high is the darkest color. If it's negative, then it means adverse impact. So most of it is adverse and severe impact. This is from the UN IPCC. Actually, we know all these results. They just reflect them in a research format. Because of these, we need to solve these problems. What does the financial sector have to do with this? We can look at the industry in a tertiary structure, which is agriculture, industry, and service industry. The financial sector is a service industry. However, we face all different components of this industry. So there is a mainstream philosophy worldwide now, which is using the mediating role of the financial sector, not just the banks, but also the stock companies and insurances, to indirectly contribute toward sustainability. Sustainable financing can be is defined here. The bank itself doesn't have a lot of impact. However, indirectly through our financing and investment, we play a big role. So that's why we want to contribute in this regard. When we look at green financing, the key is on the green part. Financing is only a means by which to help achieve sustainability. These are the 2030 UN SDGs. There are 17 of them, and circular economy are related to several of them. All countries around the world are trying hard to achieve these goals and minimize their negative impact. So I mentioned earlier, our competent authority, FSC, Financial Supervisory Commission, has the 3.0 program for green financing. According to the FSC, green financing 3.0 is not just green but also sustainable. So it's not just the environmental part, but also for the banks, they also need to be concerned with the S and G. So other than E, also they also include the S and G. So this is the background. We have the international 2050 net zero goals, and green financing is one of the 12 key strategies in Taiwan's 2050 net zero emission pathway. Also, ESG is receiving increasing importance by by companies, consumers, and investors. And the financial market can become an important contributor. We had actually FSC has green financing 1.0 and 2.0. 1.0 was very simple, and then in 2020 we had the 2.0, which is adding SG to E. This year, the latest version, it was announced in September this year, integrating all the past elements and referencing international trends. They have included improvements to be made to create the Green Financing 3.0. Here, it includes more improving transparency, and especially for listed companies. Also, financial institutions are very widely in scale. So for the FSC to manage companies of different scales, it's very hard for them to apply a consistent rule. There's the EP equator principles. So if a bank is lending money, then if it's over 30 million, then they need to do environmental impact assessment. But they do not ask the EIAs of all banks, because there are some smaller banks that cannot do this. So that's just an example. Thirdly, there is no clear delineation or definition of green and sustainability. Now the EU has sustainable standards, and the FSC is also drafting this, and I have attached a draft of it for your reference. Next, the financial sector needs more detailed and easily obtained climate and ESG data, which the FSC is assisting us with. And finally, we do not have enough professionals in this field in sustainable financing. So the FSC has 5 items in deployment, including different scopes. Actually, we are doing this ourselves already. So in terms of financing, there are different scopes here. So when you deal with a bank, most people don't fill in carbon emission data. But now I know some bankers are requesting their customers to fill this in at the credit approval stage already for reference. So this falls under scope 3 of emission. Also, we need to reference scientific basics and our national 2050 net zero pathway. So that's for the deployment. Now, in terms of funding, the first 3 are added, and the bottom 4 were pre-existing in 2.0. So this emphasizes disclosure, including our relationship with the customers. So what's the lending or investment portfolio like based on the emission? And so you need to disclose this. Are you supporting those who are higher performance in this regard? So that's about disclosure. Now for data, as I mentioned, they are building some data platforms for the banks. In the past, financing information needs to be provided to the credit check center. And now they are collecting more and more information, including for ESG. For financing, if it's green-related financing, then the bank needs to report it as such. So other companies can find out that, oh, this is green crediting. also there is talent development and also ecosystem. So the FSC is working toward the 2050 net zero pathway, and I have listed them here, emphasizing data disclosure, climate resilience. The financial sector also faces this issue, problems that we encounter due to climate change. The impact on our customers are shared by us at the financial sector. And so we need to learn about the risks and the opportunities. So we need to weigh both sides. And finally, the financial sector can support the industry in promoting carbon reduction and transformation. These are the measures already being implemented by FSC. I mentioned the EU taxonomy for sustainability. This will begin next year. So they classify according to the industries and talk about what is green in this industry. How do you define green? That's the concept behind the system. This is the draft version of the Taiwanese equivalent. They were hoping to publish this year, but now it looks like it'll be next year. For example, what's classified as a sustainable economic activity for cement production. For example, the cement material needs to be less than 0.821 ton carbon dioxide equivalent per ton. So this was called was also called sustainability taxonomy, but now they have renamed it to call it the Taiwanese Sustainable Economic Activity Guidelines. So they call it guidelines because it's not quite standards, but you need to follow, you need to reference it. So this is just a softer wording for this document. This is for steel making. Of course, the guidelines will be published first for the major industries, for example, for concrete and steel, petrochemicals, etc. At the FSC, they have what's called the 6 major strategic industries, which are major focus for the country, and they have an assessment and the ranking. And one of them is green energy and recycling industry as one of the 6 major strategic industries. At the bank, we have our own KPIs for the 6 strategic industries, and we will put extra resource toward this. For circular industry, it was one of the 5+2 industry according to the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Our own target this year is to have $300 million of growth in terms of ESG investment, in ESG financing.
This is what I mentioned earlier regard to the finance, green finance 3.0 for CAC. So FIC. So these are the standard for ESG, because for the banking industry, I mean, since Taiwan is not a member of the United Nations, so we thought about what we want to comply is not something we can really involve. So this is the in-frame or management structure for the financial institutes, the ESC, and for the credit or investment. And these are the standards for the operations. When the bank want to follow the protocols and how to handle the case, how to review, how to evaluate and also the disclosure, etc. For most of the bank, for our bank, we have this sustainable management committee. We have 6 units, and each unit we have the responsibilities and tasks. Most of the banks are very similar, but we are very familiar with this, so I just put it as a reference for you about what we are doing. So our bank, so when we issue the credit, we'll consider whether you have a high risk ESG. So we will review this and see if you have a relevant high risk. So if yes, then we will have some special treatment. So this is also our high risk, relevant high risk parameters relevant to ESG. We have some of the case we will pull it back. So if it is for EPA's high risk factors, we will reject it. So when we negotiate with a client, so like I say, so maybe you will thought today if I just what I mentioned earlier for the paper mills, so they maybe they are not high pollutant, but they have a large amount of carbon emission. Should we reject the relationship with them? Certainly not. If you have a transformation, like the previous 2 companies, the Zhenrong and the YFY, they are trying to do the transformation. Certainly, we will support that. So with that, we will still give them credits. So this part is a negotiation with the client. We also wish the customers to do something like this. So when we review the credit, we will negotiate with the client to see, hey, can you improve here and there? Yes. So this thing is that, yeah, it's okay. So this is for the financial institute, all the corporate can also develop or issue the sustainable bonds with the capital you collect can apply on the sustainable or green applications. So this year we have a green bond or green. This is for the sustainable development. For this sustainable bond, we have over 300 billion. So for this sustainable linkage for the credit, like I said earlier, so if your industry, for example, for the steel industry, it is high energy consumption, but they have some improvement. For example, your product next year, for the quantity or power consumption each tons or carbon reduction, say 2%, then next year our interest rate will reduce maybe 2 points or 3 points. So using that approach to encourage the client to improve in terms of the sustainability. So with regard to the case for the sustainable linkage, the credits, these are the published the report by the press. So most of the bank have applied that. So on top of that, we have a special project like EPA's low carbon sustainable household special loans. If you don't have the enough liability or deposit, we can offer the subsidy, interest subsidy. We also have another facility improvement loan from the National Development Council. We also have the scope of the loan. So part of the capitals are provided by the National Development Fund without interest. So we also have a solar panels, the loan. So we also have a green building loan. So actually, there are many cases. I just briefly share with you this complete my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shanghai Commercial Saving Bank. Now we still have some Q&A section. Are there any questions from the floor to Mr. Ye? Yes, Director. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Ye. So as we know that with regard to the green loans, our accounting department always asks us to do a good ESG. Otherwise, it will have a negative impact to the loan. Otherwise, we will have a poor interest or not less advantage interest. I would like to ask you: are there any forbidden criteria that if we violate that criteria, then we won't get a loan? So as I said, there are no standard for the green or or so-called sustainability. With regard to your question, for example, give you an example. I want to confess that if you ask us, then you are no problem. You have no problem. So perhaps you want to ask. I mean, for Zhenlong and Wi-Fi, you have no credit issues. So, for example, today your company or your factory, so they have filed be fined by EPA for air pollution. So then we'll consider. I mean, like I said earlier, so in the past, for example, there's a client that they have received a fine 2 or 3 years ago, but now they have evidence and demonstrate they have improved. So they will have this, a certain consideration. If this is on site at this moment, we will have make necessary adjustment. For example, increase the interest rate, something like that. Thank you for your question. Are there any other questions? Yes. Okay, good afternoon. I would like to ask that for regular normal, when the bank issue a credit, they will review the investigation. Are there any future standard or criteria, or is it rather subjective? With that, so for United Credit Assessment Center, they have very clear definition. The green investment is very straightforward, easy to be identified by the United Credit investigation. For example, your company are utilize the recycle of the environmental friendly utilities. We will classify you as a circular economy. For Financial Supervisory Commission, they have a certain definition regarding the classification of the vendor. If they identify your sector is positive, then we will add additional criteria that is a substantial confirmation. We will have a field visit to prove that you are authentic vendor, then we will confirm your so-called green label. Here, if you have a local, I mean, I ask the localized, I mean, we have a Guanyin, or whether you are localized or not localized, we can talk about that. If you have a certain need, we are more than happy to serve you. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Yes. And then let's once again give a round of applause to Mr. Ye. Thank you for your sharing and the presentation.
为您介绍到
Now we proceed to our third keynote speech, which is opportunities and challenges in new green transformation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zhang, VP of PwC Corporate ESG Service. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Jia Hong from PwC PricewaterhouseCoopers. You can call me Gavin. Thank you for an opportunity to present this topic, opportunities and challenges in facing new green transformation. Actually, we should have put this topic at the first. It's more about the trend. But because this morning at I had to deliver a 2-hour lecture, so I had to ask the organizers to shift this talk to later on. However, I listened to the two previous speakers about the technology and the funding part of green economy, and now I can probably do a little bit of summary for you of how business should deal with this kind of transformation and my observation of the opportunities and challenges they face. Of course, there are lots of opportunities here, which I will highlight. This is my CV. At PwC, we have ESG-related services to help local companies align with international standards in sustainability. In 2017, we helped Delta in passing SBT certification. TCFD is also about climate risk and opportunities. So we help a lot of businesses to help look at the risks that are related to climate. In the interest of time, I will talk about two parts. First is more of a top-down observation. And second, when we talk about businesses, first is about the overall trend, and second is the questions that business face and what are the solutions. Where are the shortcomings in the funding based on our global as well as local observations. I think we all have a clear goal toward low carbon transformation. By the end of the century, our goal is to cut carbon to net zero by 2050, and by 2030 to be halfway there. So this is the general trend, and this is what the government and countries all need to work toward. Now, in terms of the interim goals, because 2050 is quite far away, so in the next 5 to 10 years, what do businesses have to do? First is to set science-based targets. So we heard about authorities, including financial authorities, aligning with these requirements for companies. Taiwan has its 2050 Taiwan net zero pathway planned out, and you saw this in March. When the pathway was published, we had a chat with the company owners and what they thought about the pathways. I found that different sectors have different opinions. For example, we have some customers who have high emission, they are very concerned. For example, here it talks about for energy, for low carbon processes, they need to do a lot of emission cutting, and you know some of the sectors would have a lot of trouble with this. On the other hand, there are other industries who see a lot of opportunities in this graph, especially the electronics industry and the building industry as well as financial sector. They see opportunities because when you want to achieve net zero emission, which is a major shift post-industrial revolution, it will take 30 years to do this. So in the electronics industry, for example, they see, actually for the net zero building, you will see by 2040, half of existing buildings need to be class 1 in energy efficiency or near zero emission building or NZEB. So building software and hardware companies can see a lot of opportunities here. For example, building energy monitoring will have a lot of needs, including carbon monitoring. So we heard that from the electronics industry for software opportunities. Also, e-vehicles is going to be another hot topic. So a lot of companies, they have different way of looking at this graph. We estimate that we will invest 970 billion into this. In the U.S., they also raised the budget since Biden went into office. Of course, it is tied with inflation fighting. They feel that fighting climate change, you can also work with inflation fighting. Why is it inevitable for companies. Let me give you three actual examples. This has already happened for many companies in the last 2 years, especially those in China. For climate change and transformation, there are already some actual impact on businesses. For example, in China in September, a lot of listed companies need to had a major release in response to China's control policy for energy consumption. This is due to the severe energy shortage in China, and the same was true during the drought this year. There was energy consumption constraints placed on companies. So a lot of companies worry about the temporary suspension of their operation. However, there are other companies who had very successful on-site power storage. So the early ESG adopters showed their resilience during this severe power shortage in China. I think in the future, this is going to become the norm. Second part is about carbon pricing. In Taiwan, we have a lot of supply chains in the electronic industry. Actually, they think because the emission is quite low in this industry compared to steel, concrete, or steel, cement, or paper making. And they only need to worry about it if they're selling to the EU or the West. But that's not quite true. Carbon pricing is going to cause a rise in commodity price. Commodities are used by the major, the big emitters, and they need to maintain their profit to match the carbon price costs. So last year, when the net zero price came out, the commodity price went up immediately. Of course, this is related to traditional inflation, but people were calling this green inflation. That's the first part. Second part is we are developing offshore wind power in Taiwan. A lot of commodities and raw materials for developing renewable energy, for example, for the towers that require steel or copper. The supply was limited, and now that renewable energy is on the rise, there is higher demand for these metals. So when I was discussing with the integrated circuit, the IC industry, they said for a while copper price soared very fast, and there are a few factors, and one of them is definitely green industries. So electronic industry face rising commodity price due to carbon pricing. And finally is investment. As we heard in the previous talk, investors now look at ESG performance. So in summary, why do we have to do this right now? First, it is carbon pricing. 10 years ago, it seemed so far away, but today, it's a part of our life. Whether you are dealing with Taiwan, in Taiwan, they say that the estimated schedule is 2024, but in the West, in Europe and North America, they want to regulate other countries to cut down emission through border tariffs. So if you are trading with them, you will have to face it in product trading. So carbon pricing is here to stay, and it will present pricing risks to your products. Second element is a market for disclosure, including the carbon footprint. this is something that we need to promote from bottom up. So we need to promote from the consumers up. A lot of products are consumer products transforming to B2B products. So maybe your customers are industrial customers rather than consumers. So in addition to your emission data from you, they also need some labeling to comply with certain regulations. For example, the EPA was talking about cement having potentially carbon footprint on these B2B products. The question is where and how to label it. For most products, they have packaging. However, what about for bulk products or those that don't have fixed packaging? The next thing is about life cycle. When we think about material use, it's not just about using, but also going back upstream. So we've heard that hydrogen, green hydrogen, being a solution for energy. However, when we talk about hydrogen, going back to the life cycle, actually the conversion rate is quite low at the upstream. So if you use more fossil fuel to produce the hydrogen, then you are cutting down carbon in the process, but not at the upstream. So that's why they came up with the idea of green hydrogen. I will also talk later on. In addition to Scope 1 and 2 emissions, Scope 3 is also going to be slowly included. Now, in terms of regulations, some processes are beginning to have corresponding standards. For example, the power consumption per unit product. And investment, it was mentioned by our financial speaker.
I think the reason I brought this slide is that from the perspective of a global capital market, they want to disclose, to promote the overall transformation. There are certain objectives. For example, the investors and your client, as well as peer pressures to review it. So disclosure is a very important tool. From March to July this year, this different country and region, the competent authority have promote so-called disclosure, sustainable disclosure. So with climate sustainability is a priority. However, there are certain gaps. For example, in Europe, this is a relatively new concept. Not only climate change, they also cover about NG, also relevant to the stakeholders' information disclosure. Especially, we want to look at why Scope 3 in the next will be incorporated, even more enhanced. From this draft, you can see that Scope 1 and Scope 2 are something that we are familiar, no problem. However, with regard to US SEC in Scope 3, you talk about under certain situation, you need to disclose Scope 3, especially so you have some target on under Scope 3, or if you consider it's a major issue, you need to disclose. For example, the electronic products, you need to disclose your applications. Last week, well, for this draft has called a meeting in the end. So actually, when they raise this requirement, many disclose stakeholders have a difficult management for Scope 3. However, the meeting last week, they emphasized that they confirmed one thing, that SNC in the state confirmed that the information disclosure for the Scope 3 is inevitable in the future. So that's a very strong message in the market. So you probably need to, I mean, you know, Scope 1, Scope 2 already keep you hands full, but you need to think about Scope 3. For this ISSB, for the accounting organization, they also have a sustainability committee. Such committee, I mean, if they pass the draft, they would give the competent authorities from each country. If you need to file their financial statement, you need to refer this requirement to disclose non-financial information. So this is something that the next year it is a very important observation. In Europe, they move very fast. So for the scope 3, actually in the beginning, they didn't exclude it. They consider it is very important, should be included. So some experts talk about the map of sustainable development. By 2029, all the public listed company need to verify that. So it mentioned that the assessment or verification. So I think in the future, not only you need to collect the data, but the third part role is very important. So this is this year, the beginning of this year, the PwC has information for global survey. However, there are 2 to 3 quarter past. So you can just refer it. Back then, here in Taiwan, when we talk about the target of a net zero emission, I think that there were many information. You can see that back then we are behind China. Second part I want to talk about, under such a trend, I think nowadays our organization is whether I mean, what kind of challenge we have. First of all, I want to mention that in particular with regard to the data from supply chain, as well as comprehensive the inventory count. Have you done that? I think this year we saw many inventory the requests. So especially the media talk about 190,000 companies. I don't know how they generate this number, but when we go to the market, we know the demand is very strong. So you always talk about trade trading, especially on scope 3. For scope 3, some of the company they are the milestones. They promote the carbon tracing or carbon footprint decades ago, but they seldom ask the supplier to provide that information. They normally use the norm of the industry. That's the common practice. But now they found out they cannot just take the industry norm, but to collect the actual data. So next is through the design to improve it, but it is the most challengeable and very difficult. I asked a few that metal processing or pressing. So they have done that for a couple of decades. But if you ask them to do something called raw material change adjustment or process adjustment, it is very difficult. But through design, it is the only way to reduce the emissions. Some people say 80% of the emission is up to the design. The next is the strong support from the government. So at the end of the day, so the investor and is very strong, but at the end of the day, you need the government to support it. So based on our observation, different sectors or different cooperation will have different challenge for transformation. Then this primarily will depend on your carbon emission rate. So which one is where is your hot point for carbon emission? For example, for the electronic partner. So normally when they have a green energy, that's about it. So because power consumption is 80% of their emission. Some company even as high as 90%. So if they can save their energy, then that's it. For another like ship building or the steel industry, they rely on the scope 1. It rely on the natural gas or the boilers. So if they want to change or reduce, it will reduce the carbon emission. For example, cement industry, basically the primary, they came from 2 parts. The first is a replacement of the fuel. Second is raw material replacement. For the alternative fuels, that is for the cement, the boiler, they need to burn to very high temperature. Now they need to replace it with gas. It is very difficult. Secondly, for the raw material, cement is calcium carbonate plus water to generate the CO2. So if they need to change the raw material, that will be a very challenge for them. So for innovation part, it is very important for the circulation, as other experts mentioned, especially for these negotiations. So I think that is because of the upstream and the downstream to collaborate to raise their awareness. As the expert from the finance industry, they talk about to negotiate with the clients. But when you talk about that, because your clients are from different level in respective sectors, so that kind of information is not quite popular. So this is rely on the promotion and advocacy. Perhaps we need to apply certain incentives. We cannot just punish them. We need to encourage them, award them. So you can see most of the major companies, they have combined approaches. This year, you found some of the leaders, they have combined or apply the assessment for the vendors. So they use a certain incentive to promote that issue. Last but not least, with regard to the capture as well as forestation, it is very important. Last one is digitization. I just added in the end because since your industry is so complicated, how do you collect information? Some company use Excel, so that's thousands of the cases or input. So for digital platform is something very critical or very important tool. Take electronic industry as example, as I mentioned about the to utilize green energy and the efficiency, including plastic and metal material need to be sustainable or consider the life cycle. Most of the electronic industry, they have saw business opportunity recently. They will take hold of those opportunity to create new strengths. For some of the electronic company, they are very good at the sensor for the surveillance. They will combine the software as well as the hardware and then provide the solution for SI. So they will utilize their core as advantage or to develop so-called the second growth, or so perhaps they can get rid of the OEM and then to create a second opportunity. So this is not only to cost down and grab more opportunity. As you know, the Innovlux early days, perhaps the customer asked them to utilize recycled materials, but they saw the opportunity. It is not only a request but and the risk, but they also sense as the opportunity. So they saw that in the future it is something inevitable. So they established this business sector by 2010. And later on, they spin out and create an independent business to run this business. So they are to these are non-circular economies related. The other example is Taiwan Cement Company. They don't declare themselves as a cement company. They say this is environmental solution company. They generate energy, they store energy. So for the Taiwan Cement, their revenues are increasing for the past few years. So the cement company, they are trying to reduce that portion. Well, so we can see what are the low carbon technology. I have listed quite a few, but the key point here is that when we talk about construction, there are many opportunities here. So as you in the past, perhaps you normally saw transportation as well as energy. Transportation is basically for the EV, the battery development. So when we saw the investment opportunity, you can see the amount of investment in the transportation is quite significant. For energy, we need to apply AI as well as other development. For the construction, basically it is because you have the commercial service, you need the service. So this is very important for the agricultural and the land utilization. This is for the carbon captures. The other thing I want to talk about is that actually is that the management of climate change and the information platform. I think recently many platform vendors, there are 10 software companies, 8 of them say that they provide a service for the carbon information platform. So then with regard to the entire to cope with the climate change, new technology is very important. Therefore, for the global survey of from the PwC, you can see the we have the more and more investment in these venture capitals. In 2028, it comes down a little bit now. It is still rising. So I will say it is a twofold increase for the past few years. With regard to the capital owned relevant to the climate change, especially for the startup company, they always focus on this direction because we can solve and balance the situation. That is what we read from the report. Climate change around the world, you can see different sectors have different proportion. 16% is here, now it changed because it's roughly 60% came from transportation. But in the past, the capital investment is 60% in the past. So I would say primarily is from the electronic or the battery or the power management side. So you will see that why I say construction or building is very important. Building represents 30% of the emission, but investment, capital investment is only 9%. So there's a huge potential here. The other 20% is industry and the manufacturing. The capital investment is 4%. So when we do the inventory count out of the 15 new technology, the taxonomy of the technology, when we count the potential to reduce 80%, that these are the 5 technologies. The solar and wind energy is something that should be there. The third is green hydrogen. This is why we say the policy is very important here in Taiwan. The other one is relevant to the food, the dietary. So this is why I say not to take beef. You can see that the husbandry industry, they have a lot of the methane emission. So if you can reduce the protein with a high emission, then this is something which can do from the perspective of the market. Actually, now we just talk about in the future, the value is relevant to this brown area. You will increase in this brown area. So like Brenna just mentioned that with regard to the return of investment, you will enlarge in the future. Okay, then we expand the time frame. I would have some summary here. So when we promote the sustainability, we started from 1970. We talk about security and the pollution. When we talk about climate change and the carbon emission, as you know that. So we always talk about that. So maybe 20 years ago we talked about that issue. But after Paris convention, we have come back to the table. So it was held about a decade. So you can see that we have more and more consensus. The key point is to grasp the full opportunity and the value in next wave for the major company in the state, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. Why they are very actively engaged in this part? There are some reasons. On top of the brand image, this completes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you to PwC. Now, please feel free to raise any questions you may have. Looks like everyone understood your presentation very well. It's so clear there's no questions. Anything you would like to add? It's not really adding, but because this morning I went to the Economic Research Institute to deliver a presentation. I was talking about this topic as early as 10 years ago about the carbon footprint of products. We were working with a food company in southern Taiwan. We had to ask for someone to work with us on this. But a decade later, here I am. Maybe you're too shy to ask questions, but I find that everyone in the audience, the titles are higher and higher in the past, it may be base level managers, but now I'm facing managers and business owners. us to listening to my talks, including board members. So I think if you look at the overall environment, in the past it used to be bottom up, and now it's top down. They ask. In the past, they asked how much will they cost, will that eat into our profit? But now they ask about the long-term value of doing this. So this is the greatest change I have learned over the last decade. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our break. Next door, we have refreshments prepared for you, and you can take a break. For those who are joining us for the field visit at 3:25, please convene at the lobby at the ground floor, 3:25. At that point, we will take you to Zhenlong Company and their Dayuan paper mill to see their SRF production plant. So at 3:20 to 25, we will have staff to guide you to take a field trip. I thank you for taking part. I wish you a great weekend.
Strumming on a first summer day, like the scent of coffee brewing in the morning. You like the crackling of a fireplace on a chilly winter night. You like a cabin made for two while inside is snowing. Just like a movie scene wherever you go. And do you know that I know that you know? Do you know that I know that you know? And when you drop one of your smiles, the sound of tires and violence rise. 'Cause your laughter is the soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life. Soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like an old familiar friend when all is new. When all is new. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like an old familiar friend when all is new. Strumming on a first summer day, like the scent of coffee brewing in the morning. You like
take a look into your eyes, I get the feeling you know. Do you know that I know that you know? Do you know that I know that you know? 'Cause you're lighting up the place just like a movie scene wherever you go. And do you know that I know that you know? Do you know that I know that you know?
And when you drop one of your smiles, the sound of tears and violence rise. 'Cause your laughter is the soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life.
The soundtrack of my life. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like an old familiar friend when all is new. When all is new. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like an old familiar friend when all is new.
You like the sound of the raindrops drumming on a first this summer day. You like the scent of coffee brewing in the morning. You like the crackling of a fireplace on a chilly winter night. You like a cabin made for two while inside is snowing.
And every time I take a look into your eyes, I get the feeling you know. Do you know that I know that you know? Do you know that I know that you know? 'Cause you're lighting up the place just like a movie scene wherever you go. And do you know that I know that you know? Do you know that I know that you know?
And when you drop one of your smiles, the sound of tears and violence rise. 'Cause your laughter is the soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life. The soundtrack of my life.
The soundtrack of my life. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the joy of a trip that's coming to a place with ocean view. You're like an old familiar friend when all is new. When all is new. You're like a song that I sing in the morning on a perfect holiday. You're like the warmth of the sun on my skin when clouds look gray. You're like the
各位贵宾，待会呢要参加实地访查的，我们是搭乘大巴士，然后原车往返。这边先提醒一下贵宾们，要把自己的随身物品、自己的行李带在自己的身上。那我们是原车大巴士往返，回来的时候我们会先经过这边哦。如果您是开车前往的贵宾，开车前来的贵宾，我们就会放您在这里下车哦，我们就可以跟今天的参访行程说。